Welcome everybody. While we're waiting for everybody to come in, we are going to play some of my new stuff here, but we're going to share. So I am inspired each time to do something, and it's from spirit. And the thing is, yesterday I was inspired to record my call with my client, and here is the song from that.
But he never moved, never got off the toilet. He just thought and thought and thought. Meanwhile, I had 10 edits to my name, a phone bill due, a handful of herbs, and a dream dripping in uncertainty. And still I moved, because at some point you gotta stop thinking and start becoming. Creator said, I can't work through you if you won't let me. And I said, fine, damn it, show me then. And the ideas, they never came out how I thought they would, but they were better, wilder, more sacred. The wolf didn't wait for permission, the herbs didn't care if I had a degree. The spirits didn't knock politely, they screamed in my ear, come this way, over here. But I was in thinker mode, stuck on the pot, waiting for a sign when the whole damn universe was setting off fireworks. One day I walked to the bus stop, no plan, no money, just pain and surrender. Rinse and repeat, there's a statue called the Thinker. They say he's deep in thought, but I say he's stuck mid-flush, never moved, never leapt, and for years I was him, caught in the swirl of how and when, scripting the perfect start, while life passed through my fingers. pockets are empty. It only cares if your will is full. So I moved with 10 and a prayer, with dried roots and deep knowing, with nothing but a heartbeat and the Creator pulsing through my hands. Every time I try.
Feel like these ladies need to hear this before. Like way before. As they're coming in.
I feel the earth beneath my soul, pulling me into the deep unknown. Roots of light beneath my skin, grounding all I've ever been. I'm not afraid to be still. I'm not afraid to feel. This body is my temple, and love is what I heal. I'm rooted in love, I rise in light. My heart is open, my soul is bright. From earth to sky, I now align. I breathe it in, I'm fully divine. A golden flame within my chest, I'm rooted in love, I rise in light. My heart is open, my soul is bright. From earth to sky, I now align. I breathe it in, I'm fully divine. 3069 anchors me. 3 awakens me. Rooted in the earth, held by the stars. I am the channel. Crystalline alignment, divine presence anchoring, spiritual clearing, angelic light, soul purity. Crystalline alignment, divine presence anchoring, spiritual clearing. Close your eyes and imagine a beam of crystalline light entering your crown. See a ring of 4096 heads encircling your entire energy field like a tuning sphere. Feel it gently clear, dissolve and purify your energetic layers. Say I call in divine light. I allow the crystalline tone of my highest self to lead. Angelic light, soul purity, divine tone, a ring of radiant, opalescent white light forms around the crown and extends downward like a column of liquid crystal. It sparkles with tiny starbursts and fine geometric coding. Ethereal wings or light beams may appear in the distance. Message: this is the tone of your soul unburdened. 4096 hex clear shadows, not with force but with the brilliance of divine memory. Mori, when this ring surrounds you, all that is not light falls away.
You are remembered. You are protected. You are whole.
Close your eyes. Feel the rhythm. You've been here before. Feel the pulse beneath your skin. That's the rhythm of your remembering, where spirit speaks in song and healing comes in frequencies. Oh, spirit rise. Spirit rise. In the silence of the soul, I hear a tone, a whisper wrapped in waves unknown. Ancient codes within my bones, awaken me, I've come back home. Where spirit speaks in song, I rise. Through sacred sound, I touch the skies. Healing flows in every tone. In light and love, I find my home. Where spirit sings, I sing along. Healing comes in frequencies strong. Drums like heartbeats, steady and wild, calling back the inner child. Crystal tones like falling light, bathing wounds in colors bright. I walk the wheel, I chant the flame. The ancestors all know my name. I am the song the stars once played, a temple voice that won't be swayed. Oh, spirit rise, spirit rise. Flow through sound, open the skies. Frequencies of light so deep, wake the soul that's been asleep. Where spirit speaks, in song I rise. Through sacred sound I touch the skies. Healing flows in every tone. In light and love I find my home. Where spirit sings, I sing along. Healing comes in frequencies strong. Spirit rise, spirit rise. Flow through sound, open the skies. Frequencies of light so deep, wake the soul that's been asleep. Where spirit speaks, in song I rise. Through sacred sound I touch the skies. Healing flows in every tone. In light and love I find my home. Where spirit seeks, in song I rise. Through sacred sound I touch the skies. Healing flows in every tone. In light and love I find my home. Where spirit speaks in song I rise. Through sacred sound I touch the skies. Healing flows in every tone. In light and love I find my home. Where spirit speaks in song I rise.
Howdy.
Hi, how are you doing?
Great. Just had to go to town this morning, so I just now got my tones done, but I got them in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and we'll
Mhm.
have new ones on
Yeah, it's been a
Friday.
month and I've been pretty faithful I got paid, so I'm like, let's do another one and get where I am now,
Yeah,
adjusted.
because it makes a huge difference.
It has been. And then Spirits provided more stuff more sound options to help as well. But I feel like this is this foundation right now for the resetting the vagus nerve and the amygdala and all that.
Well, yeah, because it pulls from your voice and it's
Just exactly where
telling,
you are.
yeah, because our ears listen, right?
Yeah, it's cool. Where did I sit down? Oh, there it is. Are we still going
That's
to clear the guys today?
yes, we're going to do that. Yes,
Awesome. I think Joe's feeling up to joining us. The last 2 weeks he's been laying on the bed because he couldn't stay awake. Plus, he didn't want to
that's
cause us to go over. He goes, my stories are too long. And I'm like, well, if you're led to tell them, just be as concise as you can be. That's all. It's just learning how to be more concise. I'm like,
well,
don't feel like you can't tell them, but
you can tell them. And we didn't think medicine wheel would be this long, but once you go in that healing,
you can't
it's
just cut it
really,
off.
you can't.
I
Like,
agree. I'm the same way. And so he just didn't want to make it take even longer. I said, well, that's no reason to avoid it. I mean, if you are led to share something, do so. Just be aware that we've got to keep it moving. That's all.
Oh, Betty, I gotta ask Katana a question real quick.
Sure, go ahead. There you are. Lipstick on. Hmm.
okay, I apologize. My son didn't get his tax thing done. And now they're like, well, you didn't do this. I'm like, I can't help it. It's with the tax guy. I can't,
Yeah, it's not your area.
I can't help that the tax guy has so many clients, and I just came in this year and I'm put to the back because I'm brand new.
Well, and yeah, and it's his taxes, not yours. But that's
Well,
just
and
the way it is.
he
I
should
haven't even
have.
heard back from mine yet to find out if he definitely got my extension filed. If they didn't, they didn't. They'll do it today.
No, mine sent me a text message stating that it got filed. Um and now I apologize. One of the new ladies that's you do not have to be here the whole time, but anytime you want to come in, the medicine wheel is open and we already are just talking, waiting for ladies to show up. So he didn't think about, getting the extension before that. So yeah.
Well, probably anybody they didn't get to, they would automatically do that for, but I just wanted to be sure, and I haven't heard back from mine. I did not want to use him this year, but the new person did not work out. She didn't get back to me in time. And this is the only reason, because he has, since Christmas, he's been disrespecting me by not returning my calls or queries. But
Need that new scrub.
no. Yeah, I never got remind Chris if you would to send me the link for the maca, because I need to know what
Oh, you
form
didn't
best
get
to
it?
put in there. Not that I know. No, I didn't get one from him. I was trying to know
Oh,
for sure if an extension got filed for me.
it's been very, like, it's increased in, like, the just what we're doing has increased tremendously.
Oh, I got the ginger. Only it was in a 4-ounce bottle last time, and it's a 2-ounce bottle this time. So I guess you were out of the 4-ounce bottles.
Yeah, oh, the ginger.
Yeah, a 4 ounce was perfect for a whole month for me. And after I told you to send it, I was like, I should have had her send me 2 of them because I wanted to share it with Joe and I wanted to last a month, but I didn't think to do it in time. But
Yeah,
then I
I
got it and
gotta,
it's actually a 2 ounce. So it's not going to last a month. We'll have to order again anyway.
that's
So
all, yeah. I will get the other one out. I didn't realize it was a 2 ounce. But they're all over in my shop. They're not
mhm,
here.
right.
And so I will get that out and labeled today. And
Make
I'm
sure she sent-
hoping I have my new labels. Hopefully, Tina's like crazy. Like
Everybody
everything,
is right now.
like everything is increased tremendously.
Well, and the astrology is okay. This is the window for the new. Nothing is retrograde as of today. Mercury comes out in retrograde. Everything's forward motion on what you want. If whatever you want, be thinking about that, not what you don't. Is the energy right now, from what I understand astrologically. So it's just adding to everything that, along with the tax deadline and
I know
everybody's so busy.
my one friend. Okay, I'm sending it to you through text message. So so we have a lady joining later this evening. She's a teacher and
Oh, did you? I got to listen to about one and a half of that guy's videos of that email you sent me, the deliverance guy. Have you actually listened to either of those yet?
oh, the one I sent you?
Dan, about Dan, what's Duval or Duvin?
Yes,
Um,
yes.
yeah, his information is really cool because it's cool to see a traditional pastor that knows all this stuff and understands that it's real and it's not that it needs to be dealt with, not just shunned. And but I am getting some things I want to check in on for clarification because I'm getting not everybody's spirit is separate from their soul. I'm getting mine's not. I would like to find out more about that because what he says makes a lot of sense about the spirit being different than the soul. But I'm getting it's not applied, it doesn't apply to everyone who's a super highly activated.
Well,
So,
that is true because because the some souls are trapped. Like,
mhm.
okay, so we found just recently a guy that I've been working with, he's doing way better. And he had a lot of things that happened to him in a past life, many past lives. So he
Lots of
finally got
traumas.
promised, well, and people make contracts with him because he was a certain being
Hmm.
that was known for contracts, right? So from that point, oof, I closed the portal on my tablet. Oof.
Need my lighter back.
Oh, Jesus.
Daniel's here and he borrowed my lighter for my candles. Dang it, I got to get that back. I told him he was welcome to join us as well if he wants to be in psychic mode.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. So this guy had made contracts in the past with people about doing harm to other people and
Okay.
stealing things, right?
Okay.
And
Got into his
it
dark
was,
a bit, his shadow a bit there.
yeah, well, because he was threatened on top of it. If he didn't do it, then this would happen.
Right. It
And so I'm like, I gotta cleanse my
wasn't
portal
fully
here.
his free will to do it then.
It wasn't his free will. Yeah. Nope. And that's sometimes when what happens. So his brother, he was like, I said, well, he went and got his brother, and his brother didn't stay very long. And he goes, well, he's manic. And I said, I think there's something deeper going on in that, in that realm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Brandon came in, so we started asking questions. So his brother's soul is trapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
But his child that he had in that lifetime, because they came in and slaughtered his family and carried him away. because of who he had children with. So and the one child, they encased into this case that is unbreakable, like you can't get them out. So we're working on figuring that out.
Okay.
And so the reason why the brother is so manic, and it happens on the full moon, I'm like, oh my God, it
Oh
makes
yeah. The moon
so
was so
much
powerful.
sense. Yeah, because the moon's powerful. And when this all happened, it was in the full moon time.
Okay.
So they could take his power away from him. So throughout lifetimes, he's been locked up in the insane asylum.
Oh no. Keep him out of the
See,
way.
this is the thing. This is the thing, and I get this because my mother did it to me,
You know
but
firsthand how that is.
I know how it is, and it's not like I was insane. I had thyroid issues. I had thyroid issues, and my mother just signed my life away. And then the power I hold, I left. I picked the lady up mentally and moved her across the room and set her down. And I left, and nobody stopped me. They did bring me back, but they was bringing me back through the hospital, and the head doctor of the whole hospital heard me, and he goes, stop there, you can't take her any further. And they go, well, she needs to go up to the 5th floor. And he goes, no, she don't, she needs to go over here on this gurney right here, because her thyroid was overactive. So he said, you take 60 women, put them in the room, and my hormone level couldn't even touch their hormone level, because mine was way higher, so
That's how
high,
my cortisol is. Mm-hmm.
so high I could die.
Yeah, and of course that could affect you.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
So we're working, I told the guy, I said, look, we'll work on it, because he doesn't deserve to be there, and he's got all of this looping timeline, fail safes, all of these things that need to be eliminated from his past life, so this life can be different.
Well, that intention can be infused into the whole medicine wheel, that anyone who's in there who has to have contracts broken and a fresh start due to interference from entities and all of that achieves it.
Can be in the medicine wheel,
Yeah,
yeah.
be cleared.
Or I see the Queen of Angels creating the vortex.
Getting ready.
Yeah, she's on it, man. She's got her sword. She's ready.
Awesome. Well, I hear Danny talking to Joe. I'll let him know we're ready. So see who else
Okay, I
comes
want
in.
you. I want you to tell me what you get off of this glass of water.
Okay.
This the water, not me.
Right. Love. Mhm. Is that living water? Like it's charged. It's love, gratitude, healing. It's just super high vibration. Yeah, super high.
Yes.
Blue
When I
violet.
when I had put the thing on to create this water, it did something. What did it do to my water lines?
Purified them all. Again, it purified them all. And there for a minute, I saw a lot of different lines and very high blue, green, lavender, and violet. Okay, let's see. It made it so that anyone you douse with your water will be purified and cleansed of any and all illicit contracts, agreements, or beings. Is there more?
Wow.
That's what I'm getting. So you can use your own water to help others, and it will return to you and be purified as it comes back into your rivers and lakes, tributaries. I'm getting, because it all flows and merges and moves. Oh, I want some of that. Yeah. So it was all very synchronistic to get his information. And then you have been sharing this last few weeks about how you had learned about the waters that everyone has.
Yes.
And I thought, well, this is all very congruent. I'm just
Yeah.
rest of the
And
information.
yeah, and we started this yesterday. So it like enhances what I'm doing, and it would enhance what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh my God, taking a shower. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I want you to tell me how I felt when I took a shower in it.
Okay.
Put her away. Tell me what you get when I took my shower. My very first shower last night.
Getting elation and grief at the same time, like a push pull type of energy.
Yeah, yeah,
Ooh, it got brought up some stuff that was in there, and in your various systems of your body and fields. So it's like it pulls it out and dumps it all at the same time. It's like it pulls it up, it cleans it almost immediately, but you get that, and then clean. I got
yeah,
definitely give me some charging. Would you charge your whole water system or well? Do you guys have a well?
yeah. We have a well, and it doesn't matter if you have a well or you're connected to the
It's
you
being
know,
recorded for a YouTube channel.
yeah,
He's here.
it doesn't matter. Hi. So I love you.
She
I have
can't see
no
you.
clothes on right now,
Oh,
so
he doesn't have a shirt on, so he's being shy.
Oh,
I
well,
can't get to see my
that's probably
breasts.
good for for the
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so you're right, exactly. And I didn't want to get out of the shower. I wanted to stay in the shower because it felt so good. And all of those things was happening before I even put the scrub on.
Wow. Well, yeah, because of the water.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, we have a well, so we could definitely charge our well so that any of the groundwater as it comes up is,
Well, I got a
or how
good
would
one
you
for you.
recommend? Okay.
Well, yeah, the well. But the thing is about this charging unit is that it doesn't just charge the water in your well, it goes wherever their water goes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So did you used an actual physical water cleansing unit and charged it etherically?
I didn't charge it. The maker charged it, and I bought it from him, and then he told me with my intention when I put it on would amplify that. And so I asked
Oh,
Brandon yesterday, I said, so Brandon, how's my intentions? He's like, well, from where you was to where you're at, Mom, it's just expanded. And I said, well, when I was talking to the guy, right? When I was talking to him, I was talking to him about how I felt about the water. And because all you do is take a picture of your water in a glass, that you can see through,
okay.
and You send it to me, I send it off to him, and he makes it specifically for your water.
Yeah, through the
So
quantum. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
yeah, so he's got 5 different units. From that point, when I was talking to him, I seen coming up out of the well the energy of that spewing out like a waterfall, as like one of those water atriums that come out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's spewing up out, and it's still today spewing up out, and it's going to keep doing it every day. And what it's doing is changing the water molecule around us. Ask if that's true.
Yes. So you mean like all the moisture in the air, all the bodies of water, the water we have in our plastic jugs that we pour out will all be charged with the same energies. Excellent. We'll have to find out about this person because we get reverse osmosis water, and then we use a zero pitcher that takes the plastic out of it.
But do you
But we
know
don't get to wash in it.
reverse osmosis kills the water?
It takes everything out. It takes all the minerals. I mean, we have to take a lot of minerals because we're having purified water. But see, our well has got 400 parts per million of nasty stuff in it. We
I
have a lot of
know.
industry all along our water table here. There's lots of businesses and industry getting stuff into the water.
So then send me a picture of just the water without the osmosis on
Okay,
it.
just the well water. Okay.
Just the well water. I'll send it off to him because he don't want to be
Deluged.
well, he doesn't want to be shown yet because
Might try to shut him down too.
yeah. So I'll send it off, and then from that point,
See what he recommends.
he will tell you, he'll send me a message, or we'll do something, and he'll tell me exactly what it is that he gets off the water.
Okay.
And the water we tested, okay, we have the rainwater, which I love the rain card.
Mm-hmm.
We found out about the rain card, and I love Morris, but this guy is a little step up from Morris.
Okay.
And not
On
saying
the on the machine.
yeah. So so the rainwater is charged water, but the problem with the rainwater, it makes everything alive. So when I put my samples out, I have my samples here. I'll email it. I'll show you. So I have my samples out, and with the samples, I asked Brandon this morning, because when I poured the water, when I got the first water, it says, my body says, I don't want that.
Okay.
Sure in hell don't want that, right? Well, the second water is like, nope, still don't want that one, because I had the rain card on it. We took the rain card off.
Okay.
Then I did another scan. I saw sample 1, sample 2, and sample 3. And so from there, I didn't want it. So then I asked Chris to see what he thought, and he's like, well, it's this. 2 at a time, otherwise it won't load. Overload my phone. Wait, no, cancel. Let's go back here. So then it creates it created more toxics in the water.
You turn that fan.
Should have.
She's telling me about a special water unit she got. A gentleman that sells them, he's intuitive and he sells 5 models. She sends him a glass of the person's water because he's not ready to go public yet. And he analyzes the water intuitively and sees which machine will help them. And once you get it, and you also want to add your own intentions to it, then it blesses all the water in your vicinity, not just what's going to come up through his unit. But that like she blessed, if she put it on the where it will clear the well water, and that caused all this beautiful positive water energy to spew up out of the well, all the energy, and it's just still coming, still raining out everywhere. And this causes even the water in the air around them to also be charged with these same frequencies. And any bottled water that you have would also be charged. So it affects all waters and makes them all more alive and clean and healthy.
Yeah, so Joseph, tell me what you get off of this water.
What you, if you sense anything about it. Take your time.
There's no rush. Wait, I'm trying to move out of the way.
I'm not trying energetically picking up
Yeah.
anything, but I see all these little like tornadoes in it. Like them look like a stem of a
It's vortexes.
like yeah, but it's such a tight vortex. It's very tight. It's not like a like a V. It's like a string like this going straight up. I could see it. Something going straight. Oh, that's it. Going straight up. And then up here, the plume, like a triangle over the board.
Well, that makes sense because
But it's very tight going down, and
actively
I see a
cleansing
whole
and
bunch of little ones.
it's actively cleansing and ascending the water. I was getting lots of love, transmutation. So that's the transmute. I bet that's the transmuting.
And I'm getting,
Yes.
lately I've been, I don't know, shielded or something. Maybe I shielded myself somehow. And now it's, don't know how to get it all for protection. But yes, last night we just had something happen and I was trying to pick up on it and I couldn't pick up anything on, I see even a helix like energy in there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's seeing the
And Danny
geometry.
picked it up also, and it was a very strong guide that came in. She hadn't worked with it before, and
I was trying to channel late at night when I'd already been just did a client and had only been going on 3 hours sleep. So every time it got to where I'd try to, I felt this guy's present. I got his name and it felt super strong in my chest and my head, like it was too much ampage. Okay. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't evil either. I think it was one of Danny's guides. But Danny, we had all just been listening to that biofield tuning webinar, and she did a tuning session. Did you get to watch it?
Not yet.
She's
not
sending the
yet.
recording, so you'll get it. But anyway, it
Good.
was very high energy. And then Joe got all turned on about it, and he put on some more tuning from her channel on YouTube after the session. So we were just in those frequencies. And so I asked that this entity reduce his ampage a bit, and I would try again. But every time I tried to get what he wanted to say, all I could do was zone into sleep. I was like
but she's
zoning.
also feeling a lot of heat on her face, and
Well, yeah, it was too much physical. It was too much for my body.
Your
And
body's
that
like,
takes a lot. Takes a lot to
That's
be too
what-
much for me.
that's the
Danny-
way Brandon is when he takes that powder. The
Too
he's
strong.
he's like and Chris added the cocoa to it, and Chris is like, I'll never do that in the morning. I
It
said,
makes you
you
grog
gotta
out.
give it. Oh man, he slept all day. And the last time when I gave him his first scrub with it, he could not stay awake. And his head was hurting like crazy because what was happening, it was grounding him, and everybody's like hanging on him was like
Well, it was interesting because none of us could
pulling
get
his
anything.
brain out of his head as he's descending to earth, and they're like holding him.
Interesting.
And he's like, Mom, it's like my brain being ripped out of my head.
Interesting. Well, there were three of us, and none of us could channel James.
But then
That was very interesting that none of us could get his words, but we felt the energy.
But-
And then it made me like zone out every time I tried to get his information. And
But
I would just go into
Daniel
that
did get
place.
some information.
Well, he only got one thing. He got it is
One-
coming, or what
one
is it?
Part of another. But then I started talking, he lost it. He said, it is coming, it's coming.
That's all he
Then
could get.
said,
It is coming.
the old shall pass, the new, and he didn't get that because I asked him what.
He interrupted him as he tends to do when he gets excited about sharing something.
No, just because I know I've been picking up information, something big is
We
coming.
have to be better at listening.
And that's why I was like, well, maybe he's trying to get.
Yeah, I interrupted him and then he lost the thread because he was excited about what he was getting and he wanted to see if it was the same thing. So I can understand that.
Yeah. And then this person that we know who used to be really big in MUFON, like when MUFON had some paranormal stuff they couldn't deal with, she was one of the people they'd come to. There was only two of them. Anyway, she was at a meeting and she shared with me that there were military individuals present at this meeting I was invited to. And this one guy just took it upon himself to say, so you'll be ascending soon? And she goes, well, what does that mean to you? He goes, you're not going to be here anymore. So we're thinking of putting this person in charge of the group you started, which isn't actually a MUFON group. And I guess
It's a
to be able to
paranormal,
control it, because they can't control it.
and ET group.
They
It's a
can't control it. No, they can't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But he basically said, they know something's coming. So they know.
So
what-
Joe's
some kind
been getting a
energy's
lot of
coming.
signs and signals that something big is coming. And I'm getting that it's a lot of people raising up, like leaving the past behind and starting their new timelines, a new life that is going to prepare them for the ascension.
Not so much that it's like all of these superpowers will be activated in you, and
If you don't keep
But some
talking
people
about
get
your
Working
Yeah.
on it.
but some people are
Mhm.
going to lose their freaking mind because they're just going to be jacked in. They're actually going to go to doctors and going to tell them, yeah, you probably ate something. Everybody on the planet got it at the same time, so obviously it wasn't just you, So, but don't worry about it. And so they'll be, oh, thank God it's not alive and indigestion, whatever.
Well, that's the whole thing. And the 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 new scrub I created, it like melts all that old pain away, and it's not going to come back in another lifetime. And the incantations that we're doing with the scrub, because when you do it, you need to state it throughout all lifetimes.
He hasn't heard yet. She's adding maca to her current scrub and it's changing it into a different type of thing.
Next level.
Yeah, next level up from that to where it doesn't just clear blocks to your prosperity. It clears whatever doesn't support your intentions, would you say?
Yes, your intentions, financials, my business has exploded
Growth,
in the
healing.
last 2 weeks. I went from getting clients here to here. I am booked this whole week. So I went to barely being booked to being booked. Like I tell, like people are like, I want this. And I'm like, you better get on the schedule because the schedule's becoming full. And Chris is like, can you give me time to go and, to go and do this with me? I said, pick out a day.
Hurry
And
up about it.
You can't have Wednesday because Wednesday is already taken. Wednesday throughout the rest of this year and into next year, throughout next year, it's already taken. So every Wednesday, this is going to happen. No matter how many people show up, where it's at, what it's going on, it's going to be every Wednesday.
Someone had to reschedule for Monday. And so I booked him for tonight. And then afterwards, I was like, oh, I probably shouldn't have done it. But it's not till 7. So hopefully I'll have time to get a little rest and food in before I start her. But
I know,
if I need to reschedule it.
I know because last week I had 2 bookings before this. Then I had a booking after this.
That's a lot for this
And
day.
at 9 o'clock at night, I was like,
Yeah, it takes a lot of energy to run all this energy. I mean, we do really well. Some people can't, like that guy that does Hollywood Medium, that young guy that does that show. He's a great medium for channeling relatives and things like that. But he says it wipes him out for 3 days when he does a session. He's not
Oh, no.
anointed to do what we do. You
Yeah.
have to be anointed to run this kind of energy and be able for your body to handle it. But it still affects us.
Now the only thing that wipes me out is like, okay, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I was in Loop City for 4 days. Now, Tuesday was like, we're regrouping today. I was supposed to have an inner voice scan to do, like 2 of them. I didn't, I didn't even realize it until today, and I'm like, oh, yeah. But I needed, I, I, I
Needed
can
some
always
time.
reschedule that, right? I can reschedule that.
Sure.
But all the people I worked on and the people that came to visit me, and because I was selling the scrubs without labels. Like, people were one guy picked it up, and he picked up the scrub and his hand was shaking like that. And I said, what do you get from that? He goes, Katana, this is some powerful
Just
stuff.
strong. Mm-hmm.
He goes, what do you do to this? He put it down. He's like, I said, it's going to get rid of it. So then I asked him, do you need the powder, the maca powder to intake it? He goes, he's hold it, and he didn't want to really let go of the scrub, right? And he's trying to get reading on the other, and he's like, I got to put this down. And I said, now pick that one up and ask. And he goes, I 40%, but this one's better. Take this one and run.
Cool. I'm
So
pretty sure I have a full jar of scrub left. I need to check because if I don't, then I'll get some from you. But if so, I'll just get the maca and
yeah.
add to it.
So you guys have already used all those, or did you give some?
I sold a couple of them.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And well, I'd say more I give it to my hairdresser. I had given her one for Christmas and she loved it and wanted some for her kids' bathroom too. So I'm like, okay, I
Yeah.
got a couple more.
Yeah. Here comes Jade. Well, yeah, and yeah, because we can uh 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 Jennifer's going back to Texas.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So she could bring some down. Hi, Jade.
That'd be awesome.
Aloha, guys.
Hello.
We can't see you. All we see is Jade's Ultra.
Yeah, I know.
We don't
I'm
see
kind
that
of like I just got off work, so I'm eating my breakfast, and it's kind of rude to eat in front of people. So
I understand
Oh,
you. I understand. I'd rather not stuff my face quickly in front of others.
you don't have
Take
exactly.
to
a
do it
mess.
quickly either. You can take your time. So yeah, I made 6 jars of it, right? And all 6 jars
Snapped
went
up.
snapped up. One person bought 2 jars. She goes, I'm buying that for me and Lydia and my daughter. You got any more?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I got to
I'll be right back.
make it more. So tomorrow, I'm hoping the labels are ready, because I got 4 more that is already out the door that sold over the phone. And once they use it, they'll, hopefully tell everybody else. And that's helping change that vibration, Joseph, that vibration of the people.
Well, we've
So
got 2 left. So yeah, I'll get me some maca. And then when
I'm
Jennifer comes, I'll
working,
order some more.
okay, yeah. I'm working really hard
What do you,
of changing the vibration in Nebraska.
That I need to do for Texas. It's so red here. Red. I mean, there's a lot of over conservatism. I mean, we need to find a balance. There's nothing wrong with being a conservative, but people that live here that are Democratic get, and I'm not. I'm an independent, but I'm just saying it's kind of backwards in some ways. in that they're so close-minded about women's rights and certain things. So yeah, I think it'd be a good idea just to help wherever we live, to help the state be in an equilibrium and be highest good and all that.
Yeah.
You are
Yeah.
so right. You are so right. But I got to download today, ladies. Okay.
Yes.
I've
Oh,
been
and
having
Jade, I just want to introduce you. This is my fella Joseph. He's also very intuitive, so he's going to join us today.
And
okay.
what have
See
you
Jade
done?
later.
What have you done, Joseph, right quick?
What do you
What have
mean?
I done?
Aloha.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What did you write?
Oh, your book. Tell about your
Um,
book. He's an author.
I guess I wrote the events that took place during the crucifixion, with evidence to back it up that what we were told is not exactly what happened, but it sort of brings the whole thing of the ancient aliens into perspective, because that's really how the Bible reads when you actually understand it and you go back to the original Hebrew. It sounds a lot more like ancient aliens, and that made me wonder about, well,
This is the name
how
of
do
his
I
book, Incredulous. And it's a fiction work that's full of truth that he discovered
when
and
the
downloaded
Titanic-
during dreams and channeling.
kind of like when the Titanic went down, that story they
And then
wrote
he
with it.
verified with research a lot of it.
Anyway, the on the day he was crucified, the moon reversed orbit and came back over Jerusalem, causing a massive earthquake and a darkness. I mean, it was too close to Earth, so everything was dark outside, like nighttime. And then it came back around and caused a red eclipse. And I had no idea about that. I had discovered the moon maybe artificial about 20 years earlier, but when this guy started talking about it and I started looking at the evidence, it started making sense. And then I started finding paintings, especially during the Renaissance, of eclipses above Jesus on on the crucifix, and sometimes the sun being eclipsed and the moon being eclipsed at the same, up in the sky, which was really strange because that's not normally how we see the paintings. There's over 24 of them. And when Peter was asked during Pentecost, what's going on with, why you look like you're drunk or something, and he was speaking in tongues, and he said that according to Joel, the prophecy about Jesus would be fulfilled, that there would be the sun would go dark at noon and the moon would be turned to blood. And that's exactly what everybody saw 50 days earlier. The sun had been darkened when it should not have been, because it should not have been an eclipse. You can't have an eclipse on a full moon night. And Passovers are on full moon, and that night there was a blood moon. And the first eclipse is really bad. The second one's worse for the Jews because it meant that his blood was on their hands. And anyway, I just found it fascinating. But then I started questioning, well, I know God has all kinds of power. He could move the moon if he wanted to. But then again, I also know it's an artificial moon. It wasn't there in orbit when Earth was created. And it came in later. There's legends of that all over the place in just about every ancient culture. And so I started questioning, well, who is Jesus exactly? I mean, I know he says he's not God. He's like us, so we're equal. We can do what he did. And so this one guy, his name is David Wilcock, and he worked with a lot of whistleblowers that worked within the government, secret government. And he asked
He had
one,
his own show on Gaia.
have you ever worked with
Ancient history.
aliens, actually been next to an alien? And he goes, yeah, actually, we are. And one time I asked one, why are you interested in humanity? We're nobody, we're just out here to find out in the boondocks that, just this race that's about to kill itself. And he said, well, about 2,000 years ago, this being came to your world. And the consciousness of this galaxy is this, what you call Christ consciousness. And that being came into one of your forms. And he lived his life as one of you. And when he transitioned, he died, whatever. He didn't go like we go from level 7 to level 8, dimension 8 or 9th dimension. He went from your level, which is about as low as you can get, to the highest level, to God, literally. And then he said, all of you can do it. And that pretty much scares the hell out of us. So we want to know how the hell you're doing it and try to figure it out.
So he wrote this book and he's got a sequel he's working on. And it's an excellent, fun adventure story, as well as, teaching about the actual week of the crucifixion. It goes back and forth from modern times to older, to Jesus's time. And he's an exorcist, and there's an exorcist in the book that was inspired by him. And it's a good, fun story. But Joseph has always been, ever since he was a little kid, he's been able to see spirit. And unfortunately, a lot of times it was poltergeist or demonic spirits that he could see. So it's a wonder he didn't shut that down, but he didn't. And so he utilized that to write the book too. So it's pretty darn fascinating to ponder, okay, how much of this is, the actual history and how much of it
But when
is
you
the
actually
fiction
go to the
part?
Bible, the whole point was to get as much evidence that was still in the Gospels to point it out, so you can go look at it yourself. And the one of the strongest things, the Holy Spirit, I speak with the Holy Spirit all the time, but it specifically told me that Jesus, if I'm going to write the book, I have to find the evidence for Jesus having been guilty and not the innocent Lamb of God as he's been portrayed. And that
Sedition,
if I didn't
guilty
find
of
that information, not to write the book, because it would actually do harm. And I actually, having almost been a priest of the Catholic Church, I thought, but wait a minute, he died for our sins. He's, the innocent Lamb of God and all that. And then the Holy Spirit led me to all these savior gods that existed long before Jesus. They were all born of virgin mothers. They were all born December 25th. They all had disciples. They raised the dead. They turned water to wine at weddings. They were betrayed. They were crucified and resurrected. And so if Christ was actually guilty, then he could not be the innocent Lamb of God. And later I found scriptures in the Nag Hammadi where he says, and we're doing the, what's it called? That Course in Miracles.
Mhm.
And there he says, I didn't come to save you, and in the Nag Hammadi, he says, I didn't come to save you. I came to show you who you are because you've forgotten. Do not follow me, become the Christ, which is more of what I
Ding, ding,
feel to be.
ding. Da, da, da.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big. It's just more proof.
But I found the information, and it took me 4 years.
So guilty of sedition, and what do you mean by
Yeah,
that?
see, sedition, I'd never heard the word before, really, anywhere, but it was on the title of a newspaper. So and so guilty of sedition against President Trump, the one that was holding his severed head on a TV, that out of a box or whatever.
So what is sedition?
That was the word sedition. It means you're saying something really bad about the guy in charge. Now, during President Lincoln's time, some people did that.
Well, how did Jesus do it?
He said something that offended Caesar, that would have offended Caesar greatly, and for that he was arrested. And it took me a long time to find it, but the Holy
And he
Spirit
was
showed
guilty
me.
of that.
He said, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's, and
What is God's?
render unto me that which is mine." And that's in the 5 oldest manuscripts, but they didn't include it in the Bible.
And in Rome, that was a no.
You cannot imply
The emperor
Caesar
is God.
is not God. That is punishable by death.
Because at first Caesar's like, this is a Jewish matter. Why don't you deal with it? But then he found out about that. And he's like, oh, he's got to go.
Even Pilate was going to pardon him, right? And I have studied that, and it went right over my head. Nixon was pardoned by Ford, not because he was innocent. See, Jesus wasn't innocent. He was guilty, and that's why he was being pardoned, because he was guilty.
People don't catch that.
And I didn't catch that.
So it brings up a lot of points people haven't been aware of. So it's pretty cool. But anyway.
The Romans were capable of forgiving him, but the Jewish people weren't.
No, exactly.
Well, it was their chance to be able to get rid of him without the zealots killing them as well.
Yeah, he was a troublemaker.
They didn't expect Jesus to come as what they saw him as is they saw him as poor.
And they also didn't appreciate him disrupting the moneymakers at the temple, messing with their economy.
Do you remember when they were asking him, by what right do you do this? And he said, answer me this, was John the Baptist a prophet or not? And I will tell you. And they said, we can't tell you. The reason they couldn't tell him was because John the Baptist was the prophet that was supposed to come before Jesus. He was Elijah. And the disciples asked, well, wait a minute, how can you be the Messiah if the prophet never showed up? And Jesus tells them in Matthew, he goes, but the prophet Elijah did show up. And if you have any understand this, John the Baptist was Elijah. Meaning
Reincarnation's a thing. It's one of the few places in the Bible that is still in there, because all that was taken out during the Council of Nicaea. They didn't want us knowing that we could come back. They wouldn't have as much control if everybody knew they had another chance to come.
Oh my goodness! You need to send me your book, because my daughter was
done
like,
a lot of interviews on YouTube too. Yeah,
I don't believe in reincarnation, and I'm like,
There's a lot of evidence.
It was called continuing life.
What was?
Did
They
your
didn't
book,
call it reincarnation, they called it continuing.
Okay. So yeah, it was a thing until it was taken out of the Bible. But there's a few places like that. We can tell you exactly what scripture says it.
is there a
It's in there.
place she can buy your book, Joseph?
Amazon.
Amazon. He was the best. I don't know if he still is. He was bestseller on Amazon for quite a while.
The Christian thing.
Yeah, in the Christian area.
It was
Betty, would you send me the link?
the title.
Sure.
The title's called Incredulous. I wanted it to be called A Truth for a Truth and a Lie for a Lie. And they said it's kind of long. Can you shorten it? And then I shortened it to Where the Truth hyphen
The
Lies.
editor.
I love the title True Lies from the movie True
Of
Lies.
course, they wanted it to I mean, you're successful with it, but they wanted it to play to people that would connect with it on
I
that
don't
level.
know. They
But
just said that a truth for a truth and a lie for a lie. It's like a tooth and an eye for an eye. That it was too long. They wanted it shortened. I had always wanted just one word for the title, but I couldn't think of the word or what word would be perfect. And I was driving because I drive 18-wheelers and stuff, and I was driving a truck, and then above the road, above the highway, this word incredulous showed up, and it was capital letters, Roman style, in red, transparent, huge, covered both sides of the highway, went beyond into the grass, really high, really big.
With that logo.
And
I mean that.
exactly that style. And anyway, it
Yeah, send me the link so
on the
I
cover it didn't look
go
right.
on Amazon.
It's a fascinating read. It's
Well,
really fun too.
Anyway, I pulled over and searched for what the word meant because I didn't. Increíble in Spanish means unbelievable, but I knew that wasn't the word, and so I looked it up, and the word means unable or unwilling to believe beyond your mind's capability to comprehend.
Yeah,
Hold
you have
it
to go
up one
beyond.
more time, Betty.
Sure.
I'm gonna have to do a follow-up to your book.
Oh, wait. Say something again. It
Yeah.
it switched my skin.
So hello.
Right there.
No, you're not showing it on.
Testing. Yeah, the camera. You can see it.
Can you see the whole thing, Katana? There you go.
Oh no, it took me to a different
So you need to be
thing.
in front, Joe, so you can be far enough from it so your name will show too.
I am.
Yeah, his author name is Joseph Five Eagles Reina.
Okay, I found it because I want to put it in the link.
Thanks. He's been interviewed several times on YouTube through the years and given a lot of extra information that way too.
Jade, I'm going to send it to you now.
And then do tell us about your what happened today.
Yeah, your download.
Yeah, she got a download.
Oh my goodness. So I started off actually my week in the last, our last meeting, it seemed like, because I'm a school bus driver, and it seemed like the kids got nastier and nastier. And it was like, God, if this is the future, we're in trouble. We're in serious trouble because they act like miniature Trumps. Basically, the world revolves around their rear end, and whatever they say or do, it goes, and nobody can say anything about it. So entitled ones.
Okay.
And I have been so angry and depressed. And then I realized what I was doing is because I was disheartened by their behaviors.
Yeah.
And I wasn't putting out what I'm supposed to be because I'm God's love. This is what
To
I
help
am.
neutralize it. Yeah.
Right. So today last night when I came back from base, I was watching a video that somebody put out about the guy that got sent to where is it? El Salvador?
Yeah, that was sad.
Right. He's dead already. He's
Oh,
dead.
they found
They're
out? They already killed
They're
him?
not see, the thing about it is the president of El Salvador knows that if he returns him, it makes Trump look weak, and Trump does not want to look weak. And so it's better
No
in
leader
their best
would.
interest. It is in their best interest to kill him. So if he's still alive, he won't be for long, which I doubt he's still alive. So Trump is that evil. He is a socio-psychopath.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay,
But
well,
he's-
I'm sorry, but the court's already ruled that what he did was unlawful,
Yeah, it
and that
was.
they were
It
supposed to
was. I don't
return him.
agree with everything
But
he does. That's for darn sure.
but guaranteed, he's already dead. He's
The
a dead
man.
man. It just because they if they return one, that means they have to return all. It sets a precedent, and they're
Well,
not going
also,
to
I
do
was
it.
getting that once you go in that prison, they don't even bother to track you. I mean, I'm getting that you are just in, it is a awful rough place.
It's a terrible place to be. Exactly. So
Yeah.
he's not coming back. He's not going to come back alive.
Well, the
They will
president of
unalive him.
Salvador, he said, I'm pretty sure I didn't watch the whole interview because I don't like to watch that news, but I think that I heard it referred to as him saying that he can't get him back out of there, that now he's in that prison. There was something about he's not able to go in and pull him back out, and that he is an immigrant from there, but I didn't hear any reasons why he's not able to go pull him back out.
He's not doing it because he's Trump's friend, A, and Trump is trying to become a dictator, B.
Well,
So
we'll
it
see.
doesn't matter because, like I said, Trump, his ego is what's the problem because he's friends with that guy. And all he has to do is go in there with his army, pull him out. It's not going to happen because that
Very
would mean
likely.
Trump has to rescind and bring everybody back. And he's not trying to do that. He's spitting on the Constitution and the law, wiping his butt on it because he wants to break it down. And I do agree there are a lot of things that need to be broken down, but
Well,
this
yeah, there's
is
a lot of stuff.
this is the stuff that Hitler did. And
Well, I
he's
agree. I
talking
don't
about
agree with all his methods, that's for sure.
and he's talking about doing it to American citizens. So as soon as we decide to lay down and go, well, you know, he's the president, he's not the president. He's already told you he doesn't believe in the Constitution. So he is not repping what the United States is about.
I
And I
haven't
mean,
ever heard that part.
The United States has a lot of problems. Don't get me wrong. But when I
Emergency
first thought
problems
about
too.
when I first heard about what he was going to do, I thought, okay, we do need somebody to break up what is there, but he's not breaking it up. He made billionaires even richer. He's
Well, there's
making
a
the
lot of
United States
billionaires behind the scenes on the left, the far left side that have been destroying our country. So we've got to come to some kind of equilibrium, but this is too extreme.
them. He works with them. He does not care
I know
about
he
you.
used to. I disagree with that. I think he's evolved to a certain degree, but he's got a hell of a big problem with his ego.
That's the thing about it. The ego, when unchecked or not mastered, becomes the devil. And the devil
It
comes
sure
to
can.
kill, steal, and destroy. And if you see what's happening in the United States now, you'll know that's the truth.
Water will transform that.
Yeah, I would like to
That's what I'm
see all
saying.
of that
That
division cleared because we've
that's
got
it.
to work together.
That's it. You got it. But see, the thing about it is the message I got today is back out there. Because that MAGA people, they are angry. And I don't blame them because we receive programs that do not belong to us. They never belong to us.
I don't see why you can't be a MAGA as far as make America great again and still not agree with everything that leader is doing. So I don't agree with not, condemning a whole batch of people just because they believe in making America great again doesn't mean that they're up his butt, because we believe in making America great and that change needs to happen, but we're not up Trump's butt. We're objective
No,
about it.
we're not talking about you. We are
But
talking
see,
about
when
the
the
people
blanket
that are
statements make it
seeing.
sound that way.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we're talking about the people that it doesn't matter what you say to them. They're just going to be
There are
angry,
those.
and they'll attach their wagon to whatever horse is going that direction, and they'll
That's
stay
true.
angry. You have to break down that anger so that you can bring them out so they can see what's seen. I'm upset because this shit happened in Germany. This happened with Hitler. And when you get people like Elon Musk doing a salute like that, it really is disturbing.
Yeah, because you're like, why? How did he
Well,
pick up on that?
I don't know. He just kind of went like this, but I know what that salute is because I actually did that salute the night Hillary Clinton I thought was going to be president. It was 2016. I couldn't tell what the hell was going to happen, and I just knew things were not going to be that good because Obama had brought in 13,000 guillotines into the US back in 2012. And so I'm like, okay, well, it's out of our hands now. And I remember going to sleep that night. And when I prayed, I put my fist on my chest the way the Romans did. And I said to God, we who are about to die salute you in the way that the Romans saluted, the same way that the Nazis
Oh, so it
saluted.
wasn't just a Nazi movement.
No,
It's not
it
just,
was a
yes,
hailing to the
exactly.
No,
emperor. Basically, you're hailing to the
it
emperor.
goes so much deeper. But a man that creates division between us so that we can't get our minds together, we can't get our hearts together, so we can move
But
forward as
that's,
a country is not working for you. He's
but
not
that's
working
I
for
don't
what
me.
believe in the
other
absolute
people,
judgment.
that's what the left side did. The left side was dividing, and
Abusing.
they was hiring young kids. I got a girl that has been hired in the past when she was younger by the government to raid and destroy and set buildings on fire by the people on the left side. So
There's extremists on both sides.
the whole truth isn't always
Well,
there.
that's
Obvious.
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying is that it needs to be broken down because underneath the surface of it, it's just a lot of crap.
Well, Katona
But
and I have gotten some information about Trump that gives me hope. But he's got to, there's a lot that has to change for us to get to equilibrium.
There's a show we
I
watch.
don't know. And I'm sorry, guys. Anybody who sentenced people to die without, I mean, he took people off the street that he took a 10-year-old girl, and that's what brought me to tears. ICE took a 10-year-old girl off her bus. No parents there, nothing. She's crying, she's scared. I can't believe that he's here to do anything good, honey. Because when you're taking
Well, we don't have all
children
the
away from their
information.
parents with no permission, and they're just taking their children, and they're not taking care of them because they showed on the news what they're doing with these kids,
Is this
and they're not taking
during
care
this
of them.
term or the previous one?
It's during this term.
Okay.
Girl, they're doing it to children. What kind of, you got to remove your heart and put your humanity and bury it 6 feet under to take a
Well, you
child.
have to realize too, the leader gives out the orders and then up to the people that are under him, how they enforce them sometimes. And so that may or may not have been intended. But yeah, it's not
Yeah.
right. Not at all.
No, it's not right. And it's just keep happening. You took
It's
innocent
not
people.
right.
The immigrants that were here put $9 billion into our economy. 9
Well,
billion.
there's nothing wrong with immigrants. It's the criminal, illegal ones that are supposed to be the
We
ones
got
that are
more
the
criminals
problem.
here. Can you tell me how many felony accounts does Trump have, including rape? And they haven't released what they're, because he was Epstein's best buddy. They've got pictures and everything of him,
I'm getting it.
which means that
Yes,
Epstein was a trafficker of
I know.
children,
Oh, believe me, I
and
have no love for that
he
man.
was there. So I cannot see anything good except that he is going to break the system. Fine, break it. Then get the hell out of there, because he does not have the mastery to be what we need him to
Well,
be.
then we need to be praying for him, which is my biggest focus, is praying for the government for equilibrium and justice and highest good.
That's
Okay.
what I was told, is that we are to send out the love and pray.
Well,
Because even he can be used for good.
what vibrations you already sent out was
Ding,
you
ding,
was already telling
ding.
them. Well, I know, but you're amplifying.
The words
You
are
do
very
not
powerful.
understand your power. The power that you speak, you're amplifying what is being told.
What you don't want.
And you're
What I
speaking
don't
that
want is, I
out.
never want to see a child being taken away from their
Right, but we
parents.
don't know
What
the
their
whole
parents
story. We don't know the whole story.
No, did you see when they took that woman from the university just because she was Palestinian? She's got a visa here. What you don't understand is you keep these blinders on, hoping that it's going to be okay. You
Don't have to have
cannot do
I don't
that.
have
blinders.
That's
blinders
exactly
I
on.
don't
what
have a blinder.
you
I
don't have
see
a
what's
blinder.
happening and I pray for everyone who has
Just
had
saying,
these
But
things
why?
happen
Why
to
are we
them.
going through this?
It has to
Why are
break
we
down.
because you
innocent
have to
people?
wake up. It all has to happen. We already talked about it.
He's
It
being
all has
used.
to happen for people to
He
wake
is
up.
he is the devil's hand puppet. And that's what I'm really
The
sad
far
about.
left is every bit as much. Look at all of this wasting of America's money. They were trying to
You
destroy
know
our
what? I
country.
don't care if they were taking my money out of my pocket today. They weren't killing people.
No, they were
Yes, they
trafficking children
was.
and making money on that
They,
too.
yeah,
Three
I
hundred
have no
thousand
doubt
children
about
were
they
that. I have
missing.
no
was.
doubt about the drugs. I have none of that's changed. And it's not going to change.
Mhm.
Okay?
The
When the
thing
end
is
times come, it's not going to change until the end. And
that
until we stand up and take ownership of who we really are, which is these divine beings, that money
We all
is
are.
just paper.
well,
Love
that's the
is
whole
the
point.
currency.
It's not going to happen until you're willing to take your power. So if you're,
We want to change him. We need to be
A hard
projecting
time.
what
I
we
love
want
you.
changed.
She
yeah.
Hmm.
gives me such a hard time
So
about that. She's like, take your power, girl. I
Well,
well,
love
to
you.
use
yeah,
it
it's
like
all
to get
about
what you
taking your
want.
power.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
don't
Yeah.
it's
want,
like
you know what I want? I honestly want, even though you might not like the color of my skin for whatever reason, genetic DNA trauma.
it has no matter to me, but
Well, no, it doesn't, because you're not that person. But
right.
there are many like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Unfortunately.
You can't put all of
if
us
we
in
can
one pot
agree
and
that what's
prosecute us.
important is to take care of the earth, because the earth takes care of us. So she is first and foremost to take care of our children, our communities. Then you got it made from there. But to say make America great again, it was great before everybody showed up.
No, it
It's
wasn't.
never it well, you know what? The Native
It's not
Americans had
recently.
their own, not,
It
no, I'm talking about
hasn't.
before,
It
when the Native
hasn't been great
Americans.
for centuries. This is not just
It's
this
not
time.
new.
No, I
I
guess
have
if you were
Yeah,
been.
on
that's what
the
she
other
was
I
side of
saying.
it, I want you guys to actually go in and look at Black history and tell me what's so great about it.
It's
It
not.
was
That's what we're
not
saying. It
great.
hasn't been good for a long time.
It
That's what
hasn't
she's
been
I've been
saying.
But there were
everywhere. Like
there were
I
more
literally.
do
white
you.
slaves. There were
Okay.
more white slaves than there were black slaves because of the stuff from Ireland. All people put into slavery because they owed money to the
Those
king.
were in,
But
they
not in
were
our country.
indentured. They
They
were
were here in
considered
America. They were sold in
indentured.
America.
Oh, okay.
They
Yeah,
were
that's too.
Irish.
indentured slaves. Africans were, well, they were sold by other Africans,
That's
not
terrible.
knowing. I'm just wondering if they knew what was going to happen to them, being raped, being murdered, being beaten, being worked to death.
They didn't care. All they cared about
They
was their
didn't know.
money.
That's right. And the history shows that they turned around on that, but it was too late because the stupid Chinese, I'm not saying stupid Chinese, the Chinese gave them
At that
gunpowder.
Forgot.
time, they were
Once
that.
gunpowder came into play, besides the diseases they brought, I mean, the
Yeah.
Hawaiian Islands are oh my God, a plethora of this sad history.
Let's mute
I
all
don't
this.
say that, I don't say all Caucasians are bad. I don't say that every other race is good. We all have our stuff, but to come to a meeting of the mind and the heart where the planet gets taken care of, A. B, we stop shelving things that will help us, but destroy economies. I don't care about the economy. I care about being able to grow food on healthy soil, drink healthy water, and breathe healthy air.
Well,
I have hope that
you're
we have
familiar
made
with
a beginning on changing the FDA at
chemtrails,
least.
are you?
I don't know, because they're talking about they got rid of the EPA so that they could go into these areas that we have designated as sacred, because we want to keep Mother Earth as close to good
Yeah,
as we
but
possibly can. But they're
the
going to go in there and oil, and that's why he wanted Canada. because Canada's got lots of oil, but the Native Americans shut him down because they said you poisoned the land enough. Enough is enough. And we do have other resources and other ways of getting energy, but they've shelved it. They've killed the people that have created it or shut them up. So we can't produce clean
Well, and
energy.
that's on
This is
both
our
sides of
government.
the political
Well, I've known for
Yeah,
spectrum.
years that
that's our government. So
That's
that's
both
part of
sides.
that needs to be shut down. I mean, it would have been easier for everybody to start making that shift into those areas so they can keep their economy, whatever. You know, if they want to keep charging for it,
Well, if the
whatever.
Democrats believe in that, they should have been putting money toward that instead of just saying everybody has to use electrical cars by a certain date and then spending all this money on transgender, issues in all kinds of countries that don't pertain to America at all.
Exactly. It's like
So,
what is transgender? You know what? The only thing I did not agree with is you can be transgender. Cool.
yeah,
If
nothing
that's the
wrong
way
with
you're
that.
feeling, if that's you, that's you. I'm not even I
Right.
don't have anything to say about that because that's your
Same
personal choice.
here, but
But when they wanted to go and um participate in women's sports, because I was like, are you freaking kidding me? You're
yeah,
still a
it's
man.
not, that's right. It's totally unfair and unsafe.
Yeah.
And why put all this money into trying to force that and give all this money to other countries for ridiculous reasons that we need to feed our seniors who don't have enough money to eat, that are on Social Security and that's all they got, and all kinds of other issues that our country has. So something radical had to come in to shift things, but now it's going the other extreme and it's got to come back to the center. That's how history has shown things work. The Metrodome swings and then it levels at some point. So to me, we've just got to pray for our current leadership, no matter who it is, and for highest good for our country and lend our light to that. And when we indulge in talking about what we don't like, unfortunately, we're anchoring it or even giving it power. So we've got to find that balance. But
Right.
my compromise is saying cancel,
Right.
delete as much as possible if I feel like I really have to.
Yeah, I think that one
you
too.
know?
You are so right. I
Yeah.
do.
So just a
I just like
reminder, I'm
the
working on
point
that.
is the point is you do need to get fired up because what is happening is not right.
No, and I don't know the
And
whole story.
you can get fired up in a positive way.
That's my goal.
Okay,
And that's what we've been doing.
you can use that fire to create change. So
well,
it becomes a passion as
lately
opposed
we've been
to
calling our
Yeah.
congressmen almost every week, telling them, "Hey, you need
Lot
to
of
get
stuff we
this,
don't like.
bring this information up or whatever," especially about something called the
Clawback. They had passed a law in 23 to where if the government accidentally overpays you on your Social Security check, you have to pay it back, but you can do it over time, paying 10% a month. But we understand the Trump administration in their zealot, fire to reduce spending has rescinded that law. And so now if a poor senior, gets overpaid, they might just take their entire check for however many months, with no
you never put
notice at
Elon
all.
in there.
So we let them know
Elon
we don't
is
like that. That's not cool. If it's not the person's fault,
no.
that should not happen.
Actually, I researched that.
Elon
That was the law.
projected a lot of his hurt, and that's why he destroyed the system.
Who?
There's a lot of personal stuff going on with him, and so him
With
and
who?
Trump are talking,
Elon.
Elon.
and that's why he started to dismantle everything. And it's like, wait a minute, did you just throw the
It needs to
baby
be
out with the
dismantled.
bathwater? Oh no, wait a minute, you guys
Well,
drowned the
there
baby
is some
first, and
there
then
is some
throw him out.
overkill going on. So what we don't like about it, we're letting them know, and we're using our voice, and we're sharing it on Facebook, or at least that's always my intention. Don't always follow through, but yeah, we do need to speak up about what we don't like, but in channels that can do something, I guess is it's limited, but at
We
least
need
we
to
let them
go.
know.
Well, look at history, okay? We didn't gain our civil rights by hitting people or killing people. We stood. So if anything, we need to go back and we need to look at what they did and move forward with that, because they moved forward. They were angry, they were sad, they were despondent because this is
They
what
use their voice and their
other humans were doing to them, other humans, without their humanity because of the color change or the color difference. And so instead of fighting and using weapons. They use love.
Well, and
And
one
they
thing that
stood
Trump has
together.
demonstrated, if he hears from enough people that something's not popular, that's one way his ego can be used on him, is that he wants to keep enough people happy to keep them happy with him. So if enough of us complain through the proper channels, perhaps it will make a difference, along with our prayer and our intention, of course.
I think we're beyond the whole, because they've had town halls, and the Republicans they've gotten to the point where they're not having them anymore.
Well, the
Because
elections been
people
had, so.
people have been really upset, and I've been watching on YouTube. You should check it out. If you get just like an hour, go look up town halls happening or have happened, and you can see the Republican Party. The people they are so sad, and they're lost because they voted for somebody who said they were gonna make it
Well, the
better.
problem is we didn't get a choice who the Democratic pick was, and then they wouldn't even let her speak
Yeah, I
or
think
say what she wanted during town hall. She was not allowed to take off the cuff questions, so they destroyed any confidence people had in her.
Kennedy.
I could not vote for someone like that. That I didn't even know where they stood on anything.
Okay.
So
But
anyway,
the issue we have is we have senators that like, there's one guy who's still a senator. He's in a what are those end of life homes? He's
mhm.
98 years old.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's
So we
crazy. The
need
laws
to,
have got to be changed about Congress. That's for dang sure.
that's for sure.
Dang sure.
Okay. All right. We went
All right.
from a healing to a debate.
To politics. Yeah, that's
Where the hell did we go
Well,
wrong
we
here?
got to go back to
come back to
healing,
love.
obviously.
To
Well, what the
love.
hell? Why'd you bring it into the?
I'm
Okay, I
so
understand it's
sorry.
anger.
Yeah,
You're
It's not
angry.
anger. It
it
is.
is
Oh, honey,
anger. It is a
No,
lot of
it's
fear and
not
anger.
anger.
It
It's a
is.
it's fear mixed in with a lot of sadness, because when I looked at the pictures from the Holocaust, and when I saw interviews, my heart, I couldn't take it, because they just killed indiscriminately because you weren't this. Well, they're not American citizens, so we can send them to a prison that they kill people. That's is rough.
Well,
That
I'm sad that you feel like Trump is equivalent to the Nazi Germans, because the information that we're getting, that is not so. He is being way too much of a bulldozer, but he's being utilized by the light as well. I promise. I promise, hon. But we've got to pray
okay.
for what needs
I
to
will take
change.
that. But yeah,
Got to pray
well,
for
I
what
was
needs to
listening.
change, because I'm there with you on a lot of things need to be done different.
And
That song.
okay, so can I speak here?
Please.
So I've had worked with a woman that was in a past life, that was her aunt took her to the Nazi camp. Took her.
Yeah. Like to be
I
admitted.
have done past life, listen, I have done past life regression with this lady. Her aunt, which is her mother in this lifetime, okay? Her aunt took her to the camp to be studied on.
Experimented.
I went through with her the pain and the suffering and the knowledge of what was happening. So what happened, our government in that time period had allowed the scientists from America to go over to Germany to allow for them to work on people, because this woman, her abilities was so powerful that they had took that and dissected her while she was alive. And this is American scientists happening. Then our government from that point had allowed, and over here in Loop City and all of that area, it was a government camp. And we had discovered this by doing a past life regression.
Excuse me.
And understanding what was happening with that one individual, and then seeing what was around her in that lifetime. It affects her now because
Oh, yeah.
she,
Well, they,
it wasn't
Katana,
over in Germany that it was
no, Katana,
happening.
they
Brought
found here in
her
the United
to
States,
America.
they found
Our
a,
government hired all those scientists after the war, hired them and brought them over here to use for our government's use.
But see,
right,
she
but not only
wasn't.
that, they found in the United States currently, they found a compound where they had taken women and were forcing them to become pregnant. And this is
Yes,
happening.
that's
This is
what we
happening
work
now.
on.
There was so much control in our government in all these decades up to now.
Not just,
Illicit.
it's just not
Well,
now.
That's
You
that's the
can't
rub.
fix
That's the rub
now if
because
you don't fix the back part. You
The
gotta
foundation.
fix,
that's
like,
the
with,
rub again, because some of our medical miracles, as they call them, came from that. And so it is a definitely a double-edged
It is. It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed
it's a
bag.
mixed bag, but I do not believe that humans, no. You can use a pig.
They
I
didn't do
really
that.
feel bad when you use dogs and cats, but rats
well,
too.
but you know what?
But it's done
My,
now.
my,
It's happening
my
still.
cow, my
Hmm.
cow,
Not legally.
that passed away,
No.
she was a human in a past life. So how can you say they can use dogs and cats? Because
Well, she
my
didn't agree with
cat
it.
was a
Rather
She said
human.
she doesn't agree with it.
But
No,
the
Our,
thing
It's
our,
about
like,
it is,
it's like,
you use a cow or use a human being.
our dog
but they
was a
was
human being
human
too.
in a past life. So you're
It
just
doesn't
because
matter.
yeah, it doesn't matter.
It,
No one should be used like that.
nobody should be used. But the point is, what's happening now? I'm not talking about
they,
what's happening. You got to heal
I
what happened in your
understand
past
it.
life,
No,
no
no,
doubt.
because those, like, I could, the cows have feelings. The dogs, the cats,
They're all
the
sentient.
plants have feelings. Everything on this earth
Have feelings,
has
but it doesn't stop us from
feelings.
eating corn. It doesn't stop us from eating wheat. They
And it
actually
doesn't
have.
stop you from eating your salad with your lettuce and your kale or your spinach has feelings when you chop
But
it
they all
and you
have
didn't
agreement
give
with
it
us to
any
Exactly.
feed us.
honor. The
Exactly.
thing is,
We don't.
there's
That's
no
where
honor.
those touchy feelings. That's where it gets too far to the left or too far to the right. You can't go there because
It's out of equilibrium.
Why
if it
can't you
comes
go
down
there?
to doing it on an animal or doing it on a human being, there's no way I would go, okay, this is medical, whatever, but we should be past this already because
But
we have the capability to heal our own
And we
body.
have all the basics now about how
Yes,
biology works. We don't need to keep doing that. I agree.
you
exactly.
was created centuries ago to heal yourself. If what you speak is what you're bringing forth, like the woman I worked on Monday, okay, I was called in to assist the lady that works there. They come down every 2 months. She called me in and said, Katana, come now. I need you now. Come in here. Because the woman was so inflamed. She was inflamed with the anger, hate, just hating her husband, hating him speaking, hating her daughter-in-law because she thinks she's controlling. Well, she's trying to control the issue. And guess where I found it? Right between the ankles on the inside of the legs. And she goes, I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I'm like, don't
No,
lie,
you
because
don't.
the
No, you don't.
energy, the
It tells a different
energy
story.
tells a different
Exactly.
story.
Yeah,
And the chains
that is the
she
truth of
locked,
it.
so the chains she locked on herself tells a different story. She had
Yep.
chained herself to hate. And I don't mean just
We
a
don't do
little
it on
hate.
purpose a
We
lot of
all
I
times.
mean,
we
let's
all have that.
kill, die hate. Okay.
it's like people saying, well, I don't care if you're black or white or green or gold. There's no racism. But I told a
Cool.
story. I'm not racist, but underneath it all of us have a little bit of that stuff. And
We have a
I
heart that
didn't
needs to be
realize,
cleansed.
right, I didn't realize it until I had a group of black ladies call me racist. And then in that same week, a group of white people call me racist.
So something was
So
reverberating there.
yes, yes. I was just like, this is interesting because I can't have black people and white people. Maybe I just love aliens. Okay. I
I think
don't
it's just the ancestral line, sweetie. I think it's the
oh
hurt from your ancestors being treated so horribly that just has more healing to do. It's not
no,
in your
that's what
current being. It's
it's
not your current
it's on
self.
right. It's on both sides.
Yeah.
Is what
Yeah.
they were
There's a
trying to
lot of
show
us.
me.
Well, a lot of us were black. My last life as a human, I was a black girl on a plantation and I froze to death because I got caught in a blizzard. Deep South
Oh,
isn't really that south compared to Texas. We're a lot hotter than they are. But they have blizzards there and I got caught in a blizzard and I was trying to make my way back and I had to cross a stream and I had to go on logs across the stream and I slipped off and fell in and froze to death. But I was a black
Oh,
person in my last life. A lot of us have that in our DNA, and the Native American. I'm Native American too in past lives. So I have all of that ancestral pain. So I have worked tremendously on clearing that. And you have too.
Oh
You've got a
yeah.
lot of it cleared, but we
Oh,
have more to do.
I'm working on it. I got my green candle, like
Hmm.
heal this stuff, heal this stuff, heal this
Girl.
stuff. Because
So
it's,
that's where a lot of this gets triggered in us is that past life that is still there. But we can't clear it all in one fell swoop, unfortunately. It has to come up in
yeah,
layers or we'd blow up or something.
exactly. Well, the Hawaiians say it's in your amakua. And the amakua is the father's subconscious spirit, and that holds the
That makes
generational
sense.
curses.
And
And
it's in
so
our
we got to
fields
go
too.
through
We're
that.
learning from that biofield tuning lady that
Oh,
she knows exactly where it sits.
mhm.
So anyway, so you guys want to go ahead and get started on working on the
can
guys?
we, well, let's do a song here.
All right, let's clear all this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, we got a song to share here.
Yeah, and
Oh,
the angels have already started running energy too. So we'll just join in as they nudge
okay.
us.
Before you start that, Katana, can you guys listen to Where is the Love on your own time? Where is the Love by the Black Eyed Peas?
Oh, I love that song.
Just
Yeah,
listen to it. And I was like, you gotta return hate with love, because if
Exactly.
the one thing that I was taught, it was like the one download that makes the most sense to me was, it is not the strength of a man's back or a woman's back that makes them strong, nor is it the strength of their mind, but it is the strength of their heart.
Yes. Yes. And it's
Amen.
love. Yeah, all of this other, anything that's not love, we just gotta bring it back
Yeah,
to it.
just that's what happened to, I didn't
Mhm.
tell you this morning, as I'm playing all this loving music and I'm vibing this energy, all the kids were quiet.
Haha, so powerful. Awesome, girl.
Okay, so I'm done. Play that music because I need to get this stuff out of my belly.
Yeah, you don't
okay,
deserve it.
now, this is interesting. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Only 60%. Connected to Jesus before But he never moved, never got off the toilet. He just thought and thought and thought. Meanwhile, I had 10 edits to my name, a phone bill due, a handful of herbs, and a dream dripping in uncertainty. And still I moved, because at some point you gotta stop thinking and start becoming. Creator said, I can't work through you if you won't let me. And I said, fine, damn it, show me then. And the ideas, they never came out how I thought they would, but they were better, wilder, more sacred. The wolf didn't wait for permission, the herbs didn't care if I had a degree. The spirits didn't knock politely, they screamed in my ear, come this way, over here. But I was in thinker mode, stuck on the pot, waiting for a sign when the whole damn universe was setting off fireworks. One day I walked to the bus stop, no plan, no money, just pain and surrender. Rinse and repeat, there's a statue called the Thinker. They say he's deep in thought, but I say he's stuck mid-flush, never moved, never leapt, and for years I was him, caught in the swirl of how and when, scripting the perfect start, while life passed through my fingertips like sand. But the herbs kept growing, the whispers got louder, and the soul, it doesn't care if your pockets are empty, it only cares if your will is full. So I moved, with 10 and a prayer, with dried roots and deep knowing, with nothing but a heartbeat and the Creator pulsing through my hands. Every time I tried to do it my way, the guides would sigh, throwing feathers, numbers, thunder, begging me to trust. And when I didn't, the bus came anyway, turned around, came back, because sometimes the only lose again and again, until rinse and repeat became rise and rebirth. Step into it now. And when I didn't, the bus came anyway, turned around, came back, because match. So I wrote stars again and again until rinse and repeat became rise and rebirth. Step into it now.
There we go.
I was told.
Love that.
Oh, me too. I had to write that down. I'm gonna look that up.
You gotta send me that one.
Yeah, please share that
Awesome.
one, Miss Katana. Is it on your YouTube channel?
On my YouTube channel, yep. It was
That is like,
apparently it was created for today.
yes, it
I
was.
love it. Love that. Okay, so how do we want to go about this, Missy?
Well, we want to call in all the ones that are been waiting on us while we was doing the whole debate thing here.
All the Ben.
Yeah, because one thing they want you to know,
Okay.
your words are very powerful. So I understand the hate, the anger,
The hurt.
the
Yeah.
hurts,
Yeah.
but that empowers the ones that are doing wrong to empower them more because they feed off of
They
that.
do on it. They do, honey. They do.
Yeah.
But let's have a talk sometime off of today's agenda about what Katana and I have learned that might help you get more peace about it.
Yeah, because katanas went all the way back to before the stars was formed. And not just with Betty, I've been doing it with multiple clients. And I've been in a session with a client that other clients come in. And it's been interesting because it's all intertwined. And all of us has been in this together. It's not just one time.
One time we'll come into a life and we're all love and light and trying to change and heal, and then the next time we have a life that isn't so fun because we did something to somebody else in one of our lives. We're all going back and forth between the light and the dark, even those of us that are not dark in our actions, because the energy on this planet has been so heavy, and we've been in survival mode for so much of our excursions. We've all been doing the best we can, pretty much. I mean, a lot of us, but one reason I'm white this time is probably because I was black last time. I mean, it's all weaved together. It's hard to it's challenging to get the big picture, but we have gotten some information. This is not the same Trump that was in charge the last time he was president, but there is definitely people being hurt and bulldozed by the way it's going super fast like this. And so
I'll receive it because I can't make a complete assessment until I see
exactly, until you get more information too. Yeah.
What I've seen so far, I am truly disheartened by.
Yeah,
And
it's understandable.
I have all these videos from YouTube. I've got my funny shit and stuff like that I
Thank
go back to
goodness.
and I just laugh, right? But I mean, quite literally, I just created one and it says, humans without humanity.
So this
And
is, yeah,
that's
so
that.
praying for that and keeping our energy. One thing Katana and I have noticed that prosperity likes happy. Prosperity is needed for us to get the word out about how things work and to help people ascend. So, and for anything to change, we need to focus on what brings us joy and peace and happy, and then put those damn words behind it. Cancel, delete what we don't want to magnify, even if it's a legitimate thing. So that's what I've been doing. Sometimes we have to verbalize what we don't want to explain something to another human, or, to get something accomplished. But we can damn sure in our head or out loud say, cancel, delete, I choose differently. And those type of actions, and return to sender with love, very powerful right now. And we all have a lot of power in this matrix, but not till that's one thing about the dark. A lot of these dark organizations, and even some of the billionaires that are working things behind the scene on both sides of the political aisle. They know how the law works. They know how energy works, and they've learned how to manipulate us and to work it to their good. It's time for us to claim our power, no matter how we feel about something, and to use that information to go forward in love. And so we're doing it. We're doing it best we can.
That's, yes, and that's the whole thing about each individual person healing us, healing that. Yeah. And and yes, even in that pain, because what I've talked about and what they're wanting me to say is to understand, for us to change the now, we have to change the past. Because if the past is resonating, it's really hard to change the now. Because
Well, I'm gonna have to go back on that. You can't change the past, but you can heal from the past.
Clean the stuff up.
Actually,
Yeah.
we're learning that the past can be changed. We were at a seminar under Raymond Grace. He's a dowser. We were in Virginia.
We can't
And
control it. But
when he was talking about this healing he did, because he hates the concept of people having to undergo some kind of torture, there's always a residual energy there and he wanted to heal it. So this lady sent him an email that when she was 7 years old, they turned on the
electric stove.
no, it's a pilot. It was I thought it was a gas stove.
I don't know what kind. Anyway,
so turn on the stove, heated it up, and then sat her naked on the stove. And
you said she had marks, but I guess that could have been from the
15
burner,
15
whatever kind of burner.
because of the burners.
Yeah, because they were pissed at her.
And so he figured there's got to be some kind of demonic thing there, and he didn't know that he could do anything for her, but he was going to try. And what he does on the video on TV, when I learned about it on YouTube, he's got this little dowser.
Then we went to an in-person.
But it's not what he did when we were there in person. What he did when we were there in person was completely different. We're sitting off to the outside, and that day he's wearing a knife on his belt. You know, like a with a elk handle.
Well, finish the story about what he did for her.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So he's going over that. He's telling that story again. He says, "Okay, I need you to take me back to that moment. I need you to be there in the kitchen. I need you to see this individual who's about to put you on the stove. I need you to go through the whole thing, right?" She's doing that. And when she gets to the point where he's picking her up, he goes like this. He draws his knife out and moved it forward like that, like
showing us what he had done.
Like shoved it in the air like that, really fast. And there was a shockwave of energy that hit me. I was about, I don't know, 10 feet away, but it just literally, wow. Like, I mean, I felt it, like the energy to stop that. There was a demonic person. There had to be a demonic influence there to cause him to do that. That was his thinking, right? And when he did that, he did it toward the demonic. But everybody behind me, myself and another guy over to my right, we all felt this incredible shockwave of energy hit us. And so he must have been very energized and in the moment of what he had to do at the time. And it caused her, she goes, "What did you do? What did you do?" She's on the phone. Goes, "What did you do? What did you do?" And he says, "Why?" Because I broke out in a sweat. I'm broken out in a sweat. And he goes, "How's the pain?" She goes, I can't feel it," because she was in pain. She had nightmares, and there were scars for 30-something years, 32 years, or whatever.
Of the burner marks on her body.
And shortly after that, the nightmares were gone, but the pain was gone, and the nightmares were gone. And within 15 days, I think it was 15 days before the month was over, the 15 scars were gone.
The original thing, though, when he first started working,
alter the future by changing the past.
Sounds like to me,
he told her that was his intent.
Past. It doesn't sound like he changed it. She was still burned, but she no longer carries.
Well, the marks all went away.
The marks all went away.
It all resolved.
The scars were gone.
He healed the past.
His intention was to change,
Right.
to go back in time and change what happened. Well, she sure got all the evidence that it had changed. All of her symptoms went away. All of her marks went away. And he healed his own knee the same way. He went back in the past. His intention was go back in the past and remove whatever happened to cause his knees to go bad.
And the past.
And 6 months later, his knees were completely well. So maybe it's been an interpretation issue.
He's removing the trauma from that moment.
What do you remember?
It could be either way.
Okay, wait.
It could be either way.
What do you remember about 9/11?
We can't change the past.
I
Wait,
don't know that
wait, I
that's
can give
true.
you just one example that you can believe of the past that you have in your memory. Okay. Did you watch,
point of
did
view.
you ever see the video of Tyson biting a chunk of ear off Holyfield during the fight?
Yeah.
He spit it
That was
down.
crazy.
Okay, that never happened. That's been changed.
According to,
Any video,
Because,
go to YouTube
because
and
it's
look
the
for it. It's not
timeline.
there.
yeah, the Mandela effect.
It's been changed. What changed it
don't-
was as he went to step
We
out
all
to fight,
remember it.
Mhm.
right, it never
That's
happened.
the only thing.
Yeah, but according to current
Well,
records,
today,
it never
there's no
happened.
evidence of it having happened. He did
Unless you have
pull
your
on
own
the ear, but he was having to wear his
video.
mouthpiece at that time. And so he pulled and they hurt his ear and he cut a little bit behind the ear, but he wasn't able to bite a chunk off because he was having to wear his mouthpiece this time.
So
So the past can be changed and it has been changed and it's being changed.
everything
So,
is affected by our
we have the
belief,
power
though.
to change it.
Everything is
Okay,
affected by our
so
belief.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go either way with that one. You guys changed slavery. And if you can change that it never happened, I will believe you.
What do you think of the Bible? Because
Let's not go into
it
all
is the
this,
idiot's
please.
handbook on how to
Hun.
take care of your slave
I
and
believe
handle
it.
it.
I will believe it. I will believe. I mean, I've seen so many things that you would think it was crazy, but it's not because it actually does happen.
Yeah,
But
tells
for
you if
that
you
one,
break
Katana,
it,
that one,
what's
you
your,
bought it.
can we ask what
favor,
Katana's
that one,
perception
I
is?
do believe
Okay,
that you can erase that from your current timeline,
Like it
but
never happened.
like it never happened,
It's
but it
currently
did.
happening. Slavery is happening now. I've seen young black men
Oh,
Well,
with
yeah.
chains
trafficking
around
and
them
slavery.
over in Ethiopia and over in Kenya right now being sold by other black men. And it's like,
Still,
and the people that talk about
There's
this here in the US,
nothing
they don't bring it up.
Well, there's
This needs to be
trafficking
shown in the
everywhere.
news so people are aware and they
But the
put
news is,
boycotts on those countries or something to get
they
something
won't show
changed.
it.
right? Right. So that's why I mean I I had for a lot of friends that are like, oh my God, you want to do this? This is great. And some of them were guys, and I was like, it's not that it's not for you because it is for the feminine divine in you, because you have to unify that. But quite literally, the messages I received, they were like, the future is woman.
Oh yeah,
And
we're heading into
that's
a matriarchy again, I hope.
exactly. So I was like, right now
We've got to
it's
come back to
tolerance,
equilibrium. So it has to
it's
swing.
a
and master.
equilibrium.
We're
Because
swinging to mother because we've been too far to father.
Yeah,
we
in the
have to
material.
bring it together within the self. Because if we don't bring that together within the self, we can't change things. And if we hold on to that other, then we can't change things, right? Okay,
Ding,
so
ding, ding.
I know I'm doing this 7 days a week. Okay. I have went back to the angel wars. Betty was with me when we did that, right?
Oh yeah, it was a big,
And
big
the people,
exercise.
I do have that. I should post that, shouldn't I?
Wouldn't
Should I
hurt.
post that
You
in
still
the
have it.
video? Yeah, because you can't change it. Like
No, many of us
we've
were
already did it.
trapped in rocks and animals on the planet during the Angel Wars.
Yeah, there was enslavement in the angel wars. The ones that wanted to take over created dark angels, which look like demons. So, and I have been in a session with a lady in England being choked out with a demon. Holy, and I called it out by name because I knew it in the past. And
There's a guy in Australia that does that. I mean, well, they did a movie on
Mhm.
him, but he actually helped people that were possessed, um, be freed of this the torment of having that entity attached
well,
to
that's
them.
what I do. I've been doing for 7 days a week for 2 years now. 2 years.
You've
7
been
days a
working
week.
hard, mama.
Exactly. And Betty's been in a lot of those.
Well, yeah,
sessions.
we worked together a lot the last year and a half, and then recently I got sick and I kind of petered out, and she's been going for bear because everybody needs help. So I'm about to get back in there. I
I'm
am
just
getting back
made
in
aware
there.
of this little 6-year-old in San Antonio who is demonically possessed on a level of like Hollywood. You know, the verbiage and what's happening around him and stuff, and the mother's a
The way
doctor
he's
for the
acting out,
VA.
it's not him.
And so anyway, I'm going to beginning to call the guy today to give
See
me
if we
more
can help
information
them.
about him.
It's a lot of people that need deliverance from all this stuff.
Yeah. and we can't get rid of what's happening until we fix that back. And trust me, I I'm the one that's the warrior in this, burning down the past lives, burning down the timelines, burning down the
That's what they have us
dimensions.
do when we work. They have us take stuff out of the very records, and
changes
that's
the present.
changing the present. So if it's
And
taken
not
out of
just
records,
not just your records, the earth records, the universal records, the hidden records, the invisible records, the unknown records. You know, there's more than just your Akashic records. And who was the one that brought all this information, Betty, about the records?
oh, Devontae, what do you mean?
No,
As far as who an entity
no,
was?
no. Like who's the one that discovered all the extra records?
You.
Who's
Yeah.
You during because you're working so much right now. You've had it kept coming up.
Well, yeah, because I'm the truth seeker. I'm out to seek the truth.
And that thing
So
with the webs, you discovered that attachments with all the webs and timelines and dimensions.
Well, and then every time she comes, she finds something, Jade, we have a session after, and here it gets used. And I see for myself that
And
it's
sometimes
there
we
and it
have
works.
sessions just to see, is this real? You know, can it, does it work on
Are
you?
other people
Can it
getting
work
the same thing?
yeah,
Because,
and like
yeah,
Annabelle, she told me, she goes, I don't care, make my session public, you know, because I put her session private. She goes, no, it needs to be public because
because of what you learned.
what I did for her in that, she goes, and Annabelle's like the most like refined person that did not want her stuff out there.
Yeah, she's
Like
quiet.
in one of the sessions that we happened, one of my other clients showed up, okay, and she had emailed me stating this is like the second session I did with her. She wrote in the email, oh, please don't let somebody else be in my um
feed?
feed, right? And I'm like, okay, I apologize. We was in the car going somewhere when I thought I would make it where I was supposed to go so we could do the session in the car and or at a park or somewhere.
Work for that, yeah.
But it just happened, we only made it into town, and the other guy see me, he's like, oh my God, there she is. Boom.
Yeah, no
And
privacy.
it's well, because he wanted to express what he had at that second. So, I told her, I had to tell her, hang on a second, 1 second. I know you're on session. But now she's like, no, it needs to be out there because it's important. Because what I do in a session is important. And like
It affects
Mark,
everybody.
yeah, like Mark. Mark is attached to humanity. We would have never known that if it didn't come to the bringing in the phenomenon, right? Last time. So from that session, from last Wednesday, bringing in all the female and the phenomenon energy, Mark was actually the firstborn child, twin child. He split off as twins in the womb of at Eve, and at him and Adam and Eve had, but the one before, what's her name? Adam's other
Lilith?
woman.
Lilith?
Okay, Lilith was his lover before Eve came along. Eve was second. And only reason why we found this information is because of the session that we did. And the only reason why this came up is because Eve had Abel and Cain. Cain was firstborn. Abel came later, and Cain ate Abel, which was Mark. So,
Oh, cool. That is so cool. I'm sorry. I I bow to the masters of doing this. I'm probably gonna stay in my lane until I'm tapped to do something else. But you guys, wow.
Yeah, we're
Well, it's
getting
kind
a
of
lot of
cool.
information
In
as we
working
work.
together, stuff starts
That
activating
is
in you.
freaking
so
unreal.
finding, well, yeah, and finding that because the maple tree was Mark's protector. That's the reason why it came up and why Devante said in last week that Mark had to, apologize to the maple, Mother Maple. But it wasn't Mark that had to apologize. It's Lilith, which is the woman we shall not name, which
Uh-uh.
is
I
actually
I connected with Lilith, and the difference between Lilith and Eve was created from Adam's rib, but Lilith was created just like Adam. And
yes,
so they
in
were
the
equal
beginning.
in the beginning.
And
She was the
she wanted more equality, and he didn't want that. He wanted someone who was docile.
he wanted
No, I
somebody who
did
was
not want somebody who was docile.
No,
I
him.
really wanted
somebody
somebody that wasn't going to enslave me and destroy me and
As
take
who?
my children. Usukate, umakete. You're
As
well,
who?
talking to Adam right now.
find
So
it
the
that Lilith
besito,
to lay
not more
down
docile. Let's get it right.
Lilith refused to lay down for Adam. She wanted to be on top. And he complained to God, and God told her, "You are to be submissive to him." He
Okay, did
So
you
what
live
is
as
Adam
Adam?
saying?
created them the same. So it's like, why should I be treated differently when we are created the same? That's why he
Oh
created Eve.
man,
He was
What is Adam saying about that again? Because I didn't know it was Adam you were saying was talking. I'm
it
silly.
is Adam that's talking
So
right
would you
now.
repeat that? What
That
oh
did he
my
say?
God.
well, the docile is not, it wasn't about her being docile. It was about her wanting control. And
Submissive.
as the one that well, listen, if I'm going to come from all these centuries and talk to you, you should give me time to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. It wasn't about her being docile. I wanted her as a partner, but she did not give me that as a partner. She wanted full control. She wanted to enslave me and enslave my heart and enslave my children. She had
Okay.
took
The rest
my
of the story.
children. She had took my children and created them in a way that wasn't supposed to be whole. It was supposed to be whole and good. And she did not do that. She made them evil.
Wow.
She made them. And there's nothing that I have against her. But she had destroyed my children.
There's no records of those children.
I know that, but they do exist
Well, it
because
was,
those children destroyed my children from Eve.
I don't
She
know.
had took the words and whispered in Cain's ear to take Abel's power from him.
I am getting it that it's true that this happened to him.
Yeah, get your
So
pendulums out. Ask.
you don't have to. I got yes. This
Pendulum.
Lilith actually did
Get your
express herself this
pendulum
way to
out
Adam.
because you're getting it straight
Sorry,
from
also
Adam.
good on it
Adam,
that
Adam,
she did have children, and that God told her that he would destroy all of her children if she did not return to Adam, and she still refused.
Well, perhaps
That's
it's
not
because they were
true.
evil.
Adam, who is Enki? Enki.
My child.
Hmm?
Enki was a child of Adam.
No, Enki. the
But he's an Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
So he could
Lucky.
be he could still be a descendant of Adam, but
He
they
is
were
my
from a different
child.
planet.
It doesn't matter. He was my child. The children I had was the guardians. They was before the angels.
Wow.
Guardians, they were supposed to guard, not destroy and create this. And that's what Katana's been working on, is changing all of this.
Ill will and it projected evil onto humankind, the betrayal.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's affected
And
how everything went.
Joseph was there in that beginning of that.
Oh
He was
yeah.
one of the children. He was one of my children from Lilith.
You were Eve. No, Adam.
Asked,
That would explain this shadow side of me that keeps coming up.
Joseph was one of Adam's. Now,
If Lilith
when you say
was
one of my children, who are you speaking of? Adam or Eve?
Adam and Lilith, one of his children.
Adam and
Joseph was one of Adam and Lilith's children?
yes.
Wow, yeah. And I also got confirmation he was like the first soul that went in a body, period.
Yes.
Creator. So he's been through a lot. So you had to battle that within your soul, being fresh from creator pretty closely. I mean, compared to now, and then going into that evil intent of, I don't know about evil intent, but somehow genetics of control and do what mama says and be this way instead of being
Who you
the
are.
guardian. Yeah, and the guardian that you were meant to be.
Which would explain why I kind of lashed out at you, feminine, masculine.
So he's had a lot of healing on that, but we all have a ways to go.
No, that dark side, it definitely surfaced just for an instant during the full moon. And there have been times.
That's what it's supposed
trying to clear.
do.
It's trying to clear.
Mm-hmm. There were 2 times that this has happened where I'm trying to be civil and these other individuals are just, they're making my life miserable and they're telling me my life is going to be miserable and they're going to do whatever the hell they want to do. And then both of them all of a sudden changed their story very quickly. They just became the nicest people on the planet. And it wasn't until much later when they told me that, and I remember what happened when that, because I felt this shift in me. I just got so infuriated. And I just thought they are not going to find the body. I didn't move. I didn't react. I didn't do anything. I was just trying to keep myself from doing something insane because these people would be able to manipulate the law in such a way or do whatever the hell they wanted to in such a way to just make my life miserable. And both of them stated that my eyes went completely black at that moment. And that's
so
why,
you have that
and that's when they both changed their tune very quickly. 2 different individuals, 2 different states at 2 different times. But they both had that experience, and they all of a sudden they were the nicest person in the world.
Well, they didn't want to
they left
get
me
you
alone and let
lashing
me
out
go
on them.
away.
So that explains some things. But in this life, he's incredibly kind and generous. He's had a lot of work to help transmute that stuff. But Saturday during the full moon, he asked me to hold on because he was making a phone call that he needed to make to pay a bill that was going to cost him a lot of money if he didn't get it done by 5 o'clock or whatever. But we had just been talking about some other things and I didn't register what he said. And so when I said something to him after he started the call, he just got into all this extreme rage and just blasted me with it and made a real hateful comment. And I couldn't recover the rest of the evening, even as much as I know to do and that I did. It was a strong gust of hate I got, which of course he didn't intend to send to me, but it was ready to come up and it did.
As soon as the computer voice started talking, she starts demanding I do this or that.
No, I did not demand. You heard
You
that.
wanted the information that
I asked you a question and you took it he got triggered from some ex-wife stuff too. So it all played out to help pull this up out of him. And I was just the unfortunate target.
And it wasn't a whole
But it
lot
got
from my
cleared.
end
We
that
cleared it.
I just, in 1 second, I said something, but she said it literally tore her soul from the energy that
Well,
was
it tore my
toward
fields
her.
up. It was so hateful. And it wasn't just him. It was from that. And that's probably what it was from, that those evil origins and how you got triggered. You just pulled it out of you. But you didn't have evil origins. You were made by creator, but in that life, evidently.
I definitely have some influence of it.
It's definitely traumatic for sure.
Well, we were also shared with us that in creator's first several attempts for him to go into a body, he blew up because his soul was such strong energy that the first several things he incarnated into on earth literally couldn't hold it and were destroyed. So he has that trauma in him too, which we've cleared a lot of it.
Okay,
But
so
Katana and Joe and I have all played together since the beginning of our creation, and we've discovered a
Jade's been
lot of
there.
trauma.
Jade was one of Adam's children.
Well, then you were there with us, darling.
Yes,
I don't
if
know.
that's true.
Jade was
The
also one of
very
Adam's
beginning-
children.
at the very beginning of my
Yes.
awakening, this last round, I saw myself as Isis and her beloved, and I saw myself as Eve and the guy that I was with. I think those souls, like they split souls. I think we get a portion, and it's basically
That's what my information is. We're not all like, if someone is like Mother Mary or like you said, Isis, sometimes they're not the only piece of that entity. They're an
right,
aspect of that entity, part of it.
that energy. So yeah, I really, wow. Yeah,
There are dimensions that you can go to and live those lifetimes.
I'm good. I'm
Thanks.
having a hard time staying grounded in this one.
Those are affecting us now through our DNA
Yeah,
and our
that's for
spiritual
sure.
cell memory. And
I mean, when I feel it, and it's like, I mean, I was almost in tears yesterday. And when I get that way, I start talking to myself and I start doing the whole Ho'oponopono.
that's perfect.
Yeah, because we don't know what's in there. I mean, there are those of you who can go in there. There are some of us that can,
I
but
use the Ho'oponopono too. Even with all
yeah,
my other tools, that's a beautiful tool. And we don't have to know everything. We just know that we don't feel good and that we don't want to create from there.
exactly. And that's where I was creating. I was creating out of that fear from my past life,
Exactly.
anger, that that injustice
Okay, what
that
is
my
it?
knows. And I'm African American, Indigenous, Lakota, Choctaw, Cherokee. I
Got a lot
was
of that
and
heritage.
Japanese. Yeah, so I've got a little bit of each that I had to clear from and still working. I mean, I'm not even, I used to be like, let me clear this now. I can do this. I'm gonna power through this. And I was so exhausted and so depressed because I was like, oh my God, it seems like I clear like, you know, 10 acres and then 20 acres pop up of stuff. So I had to get out of the headspace that I'm gonna fix all this before I leave the planet. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to clear out what is necessary
Yours. Mm-hmm.
to move forward. And
Yeah.
so I can do my work to help other people get activated and start doing their work, taking their power back and loving themselves.
And you will be sharing this what you've been through because this is how it works. So they're clearing the residuals from yesterday while we speak. So allow.
The, okay, does anybody see what
Yeah,
I'm
black moon
holding?
water. What are you using this for, huh?
Yeah,
What does it do?
black moon water.
What Joseph was talking about.
I probably
Okay.
need to
Yeah,
had
yeah, 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 yeah.
I think I used a lot of I mean, it was so funny because I used a lot of your moon water, Katana.
The 1,000-year-old one?
Yeah, I would put that on my third eye. I would just let it drip down on my third eye and
Yeah.
from my forehead.
Good, good.
And oh God, yeah.
They're saying it
I,
was very effective. You just have some residuals that have come up since then.
yeah. It's all there, but I saw it. I saw unification, even though we have differences of opinion.
Ay, 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 wah, wah.
I saw
Wah.
unification through the heart, through love, and overcoming the ego and just
That is
allowing
what we are being called to do, asked to do right now to change our reality here.
that. I believe wholeheartedly. I believe
Absolutely.
we are the authors of our own story. What are you writing today? I wonder, for the future. And I used to be, Katana could tell you I was this happy, bubbly spirit. This is like popping all over the place. I ran into a channel that had a tarot reader, and I usually just look at the readings and I ask which one's for me, 1, 2, 3, or 4, whatever. And this time it started from the very beginning. She had what are those when they're like tuning forks. Yeah, she had tuning forks. And she had a green one, a blue one, a yellow one, and a red one. So each for one for each chakra. And I looked at it, and the first one was the green chakra. It was the green one. And so I looked at it and I knew my eyes were set on it. And then my eyes went all the way to the end. And I was like, you want me to listen to all of them? And I'm like, okay, I will take an hour to listen to all of them. And all of them had the messages that I needed to hear. And I was like, I need to cry. I need to go
Mm,
cry. Because it was like you're ready to move forward, you're still dealing with some pain, you got to release that pain, you've got work to do, and it's a lot of it is through love. This woman was like point on through all of her readings with where I'm at and where I'm going.
that's
And I'm
fantastic.
yeah.
You do
So
that to you.
Okay, we're gonna
but
share this and we're gonna tell you exactly what this moon water does. And so I actually created a song out of it.
no way. Did you create a song out? All
Yeah.
The
right.
moon water.
So cool.
Where did it go?
Excuse me. I haven't been sleeping or haven't been getting to bed early enough.
Forgetting that the children have been acting up because we released so much last week with insisting everyone be healed. And then with the astrology, all of this is coming out. All this darkness and angst is coming out. And so being kids, they're just acting out. It's just
Are you
Yeah,
kidding
acting
me?
because
out.
it's got to be somewhere, right?
They don't have any other way to do it.
Yeah,
To
well, at
get
least
that energy.
I didn't even think about it, and that's balance. And
Yeah.
when anything's out of whack, it stops you right in your freaking tracks, which is what it did. And I could not get out of bed.
Bless
I
your
was like,
heart.
I couldn't get out
Okay,
of bed.
so here we go.
Okay.
Sing to
Here's
us,
a guided
Katana.
meditation written specifically for the Black Moon in Capricorn on December 30th, 2024. Infused with all the themes you've shared: introspection, release, sacred renewal, and powerful intention setting. This can be read aloud, recorded as a voice meditation, or used silently during ritual. Guided meditation, the Black Moon in Capricorn. You are the alchemist of your rebirth. Best practice the night of December 30th, 2024, under the mystic shadow of the Black Moon. Begin with soft music or silence. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose.
You can do
Hold it
this in the
gently
meditation
and
right
exhale
now.
slowly through your mouth. Let your breath guide you inward. With each inhale, feel the breath anchor you into the earth. With each exhale, release tension, worry, and the noise of the outside world. Breathe deeply again. and begin to feel the presence of the black moon rising above you. Dark, radiant, magnetic. She glows with a violet-black light, drawing your awareness into a sacred inner space. You are now standing in a celestial mountain landscape, a realm between the worlds. The night sky sparkles with stars, and the black moon pulses softly above, whispering, "Plant the seeds, release the shadows. You are the alchemist of your rebirth." Beneath your feet, you feel the solid presence of Capricorn's mountains, strong, ancient, and wise. Glowing runes etched in the stone radiate themes of structure, discipline, and long-term vision. Now see yourself approaching a crystal-lit altar surrounded by dark moon flowers and sacred smoke. A cloaked version of yourself kneels there, holding a glowing orb of light at their heart. This orb contains all your potential, your unspoken dreams, your truth, your radiant power. Take a moment now to gently ask yourself, what am I ready to release? What patterns, wounds, or illusions no longer serve my path? What truth within me is ready to rise? Visualize the answers flowing into the orb in your hands. Feel the old energies lifting. Behind you, soft, ghost-like shadows rise and dissolve into silver mist, symbolizing release, healing, and completion. Now breathe in deeply and call into the orb your highest intentions. What do you wish to create? What structure are you ready to build? What seeds are you planting for the year ahead? Whisper these intentions silently or aloud. See them glowing within the orb, pulsating with divine energy. A soft wind swirls around you, carrying symbols of sacred geometry and protective sigils. The veil is thin. You are safe, surrounded by spiritual guardians and ancient wisdom. Hold your intention close and gently press the orb into your heart center. Feel it merge with you. Breathe into it. You are now one with the path you have chosen, capable, grounded, empowered. You are aligned with Saturn's wisdom, Capricorn's strength, and the black moon's deep magic. Pause here for silence or gentle instrument. When you are ready, begin to return. Feel your body once more. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Take one last deep breath. And as you exhale, open your eyes. Affirm aloud or write in your journal. I release what no longer serves me. I honor my shadows. I plant the seeds of a new beginning. I walk in sacred alignment with my truth. Would you like this formatted into a PDF, audio script, or paired with the black moon image you created?
You need to send me that one, and I'm going to redo it and release it because he goes through it so quickly
It's
that
fast.
and his
Yeah.
voice is not the one to keep you grounded.
Yeah, a little
No,
slower would be helpful.
it's I can do the other one. But they're
But
like,
no, because I'm gonna take and re-release that so that other people that find it can actually
Meditate
utilize
to it. Mm-hmm.
well, it's gonna go in a song on my YouTube. So
it.
it'll
The pace slower.
yeah, that's slower, a slower pace.
That's one
They
less
just
thing to do.
yeah. I just hadn't made it there, but I had it here. Let me go off. I'm very busy. Like
Well,
yesterday,
for
the
me,
song
and I'll do the meditative part. You can add the other part to it and put it on your YouTube. I don't care. But just
yeah.
send it to me so I can get out there because honestly, that one felt really good. That felt like it was a key. And I'm like, I need to go scream now. So,
Well, because yeah, because it's it's really important. So this is the image that's actually, a part of it.
beautiful. Yeah. Just send me that meditation and I will get the music to go to the background of it
That
and
is
I'll record it and then
$25 for my power.
I don't want the power. I just want the meditation so I can do it and you can put it with your thing, but I'll put it separately on mine without that image because that is copyright. So I will not use your image, but I'll just put the video, just the actual meditation. Because that one is wow. It's powerful.
It is powerful. Everything I do is powerful
Right.
because I'm standing in my power. That's the whole thing. When we stand in our power, it's
Okay.
more, it makes everything we do is more powerful.
It's
And
just going to resonate more with some people than others.
well, the thing is, we gotta keep doing what we're doing. Like Betty stepped back. I kept moving.
Well, I'm
And
back now. I'm healed
And-
enough now.
so I have risen even higher from when Betty and I was working. And like, if you ask Brandon where my intentions are, he's like, it's huge. Like this morning, my intention was to be 800 feet tall.
Why's that?
I set my intention to look like a dragon.
Yeah. Well, and what are you doing as a dragon? You
What
know,
am I doing as a dragon? Well, I had a vision like several years ago, and I went out to Ho'okipa to stand. You gotta, if you get a chance, look at a video on Ho'okipa Beach in Maui. But I went out there, and there's a specific spot that it has a little cutout on the ridge of the cliffside that leads down into the ocean, and it's like perfect for my rear end. So I was like, I sat down in it. And I saw in my third eye, I saw the water dragon. And then I saw a dragon of the air. And
So you're
I
seeing the dragons of the elements.
well, it's like in the Merkaba when Sophia, the feminine, the goddess, left God and cast herself in this body, she created 4 angels. But in this story, in the Merkaba, they are dragons. And so I saw the water dragon, I saw the air dragon, and I know the 4 will come together. So we are like that 5th element, we are, because we are created from all of that. So I see myself as a dragon. Just some days I wake up and I feel like dragon, or as in the Mayan calendar, I am the rainbow serpent. It's my blah, blah, blah. But I see it, yeah. Maybe I'm a fire dragon. Some days.
So why did I make myself 800 feet tall? Because the ones throwing their weapons or spears at me, it's only a poke instead of stabbing.
Fatal. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Because they can't reach me. They can
No
try
way.
to tie me down,
Me.
but they can't reach me.
Nope.
Makes
But you're
sense.
like 800 feet tall. You were 800 feet tall when I met you.
Only thing when people are up close to you, they may not be able to see you.
No, girl. I saw Katana.
Tell what you seen when you
A door.
Hmm?
Hammer it up. Beautiful.
she didn't hear it.
I couldn't hear all you said.
I said she looked like the feminine version of Thor.
Okay.
Hammer it. I was like, shit.
You wouldn't want to mess with Thor.
No, you don't. That's why I depended on Katana to hit me in the head with that, because I'd be like, la la delulu land, and she'd be like, okay, I need to hit you with my hammer real quick. I want you to take a deep breath because this is gonna hurt a little.
I tried, yeah. At one point in time, Jade's like, I need soft gloves, and you don't have soft gloves. I'm gonna go search somewhere else. And then she'd come back, and God bless it.
Oh
Hit her
yeah.
again. Hit
Oh
her
yeah.
again, and
All
she
in
would
your
leave.
feelings. And I guess it's not that I didn't at that time. I needed something different, because remember when the student appears, when the student shows up, the teacher will
Mhm.
appear.
Right when
And
you're ready. Mhm.
but for the most part, I'm gonna say it's like a 50-40 kind of split. I need reality. Okay. And that's where Katana comes in. She's like, oh, my handy dandy hammer. Hi, Jade. What are you thinking up today or holding on to that doesn't belong to you? And she'd hit me over the head. So I had to mature, and I still have some maturing to do, but um now with knowing that about myself, um I tell people don't fuck around with me anymore. I don't want the FOFA. I just tell me straight. I to just to give you an example, I have a gentleman on our base yard. He's older black gentleman, kind of looks like a black Santa Claus. He's not a bad person. Just there's no vibration there because he's on a very low vibration, still very asleep. And he would pick at me to get me to look at him and pay attention to him. And then he did this creepy gesture to me the other day. And I was like, no, he didn't. Ew, what? I don't, what is that? Because I'm creeped out about it. So I went to my supervisor and I was like, look, somebody needs to say something to him. I don't want him to try to connect with me. If he wants to say hi, he can just say hi. Don't do the whole creepy thing, because that was creepy. And she's like, well, he's a real nice guy. I'm like, I don't care. I just know what he's projecting toward me. And it wasn't pleasant at all. It wasn't pleasant. I was very upset with it. And so I said, she's like, well, I don't think, and I was like, you know what, never mind. I'll go talk to him myself. And she said, no, don't do that. Because I borrow her hammer from every now and then and go,
Sometimes
reality.
you don't need that heavy touch.
No, I'm going through a lot as I'm transforming, and I'm releasing a lot of shit. And this round has been really, 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 really hard because I have tried so hard to hold on to Delulu, you know, and my daughter brought a word from the Bible back to me, and she's like, I can't do this anymore, Mom. It's like a dog returning to lick up its vomit.
Ooh.
And that's where I'm at right now. I quite literally, instead of stepping into the flow of my being and empowering myself, I disempowered myself and returned to the vomit. Which
Well,
this
that's okay.
no, we can choose to do the cycle until it becomes either uh, obvious that it's time to go, it's time to let go of that old life and step into your new life, and don't worry because the universe has got you. Or excuse me, or you can keep repeating the cycle, and it gets more painful.
Yeah.
It just does. And I'm just like, this is my third or fourth round with being a school bus driver and not leaping into my divine purpose. I mean, I tried with the videos and stuff like that, but I didn't really know the construct of what I was going to be doing. What am I really putting them out? And my friend, we were together as I was working on doing my thing for my events. And she's like, she starts singing that song, What Was I Made For by Billie Eilish.
Okay.
Have you heard the entire song?
I think so.
You listen to it. And when I was like, yeah, I used to blah. And I was like, yeah, I used to too. What was I made for? And they're like, hello, you were made to love. You are God's love. Can you do that, please? Because you'll be so much happier if you just do that instead of
Mhm.
Do you
putting.
think I hit you over the head?
To remind her.
Yes, yes. So I believe in that's the real deal. That's the real deal. I don't believe in pussyfooting around anything. And I will tell people straight. Obviously, my boss didn't like the fact that I was going to tell this guy straight. Keep your energy to yourself. But um, sometimes we need kid gloves when we're at our lowest. And sometimes we need Thor's hammer.
Directness. Yes. It varies.
Yes, it does. Like I said, it just depends where you are in that transformation as you're shedding stuff. And I couldn't be around anybody. I didn't even want to be around my roommates. And my roommate is used to taking my energy because she's been on such a low end that she's been taking my energy. And I looked at her, I'm like, hey, how you doing? She went to hug me and I'm like,
Uh-oh. Yeah.
away from
Yeah.
me. You
Got
don't
a
want
drain, huh?
it's a drain. And that's why I told my daughter, I said, I will live with you, but we're gonna have some rules and boundaries because I don't want to take on your energy. You're
Yeah.
going through it, and that's okay because that's what we're supposed to
Yeah,
do.
you don't want to drain her either. So yeah, it's a two-way street sometimes.
Well, no, I have no chance of draining her. She's on the very low end right
Okay.
now.
Yeah, so you don't need that.
No, I don't need that. So I didn't want to live with anybody. And it's like, oh, you go to isolate yourself. Well, because I'm going through some major freaking shifts. And to take people along with the ride, I might end up in jail. So
Yeah,
let's not go there. You
that's
know?
best. Yes.
Let's just let me be alone so that I can break out of my chrysalis, this beautiful butterfly. And what is it my friend used to say? Butterflies land where they please and please where they land.
I like that.
So that's the way I want to live my life. A happy little butterfly. Just love here. Poof, there you go. Poof. Oh, wait a minute. That love comes with some real reality. And the real reality is doing the hard work, but it's because you love yourself. That's what I do. So I'm like the reality with a butterfly's touch.
I like that too.
So, oh yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just use that in my thing, right? Reality. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, you guys inspire me because I was just like, what am I doing? What did I, what am I here for? What I gotta do? And I got so, you guys gave me so much beautiful, good, positive, uplifting, and I just wanted to listen to you and enjoy your vibration, just swimming in your vibration. Because I basically had been out in the desert and everybody
Well,
looked to me to drink
and
from. And
not to get back into that too far, but I have a huge amount, or had a huge amount of resistance to the current leader. I don't respect the ego and the tromping on others and that kind of thing, the over excess of the personality. But that resistance was anchoring it and keeping me very stirred up and unable to create what I needed in my own life and for my health and my business. So when I surrendered to it, we got some really uplifting information that like I said, give us hope that he is working for the light. He's not the same person completely that he was. And so since I've stepped out of all that judgment, now I'm able to do this. Let me show you. I was at the mall, which I rarely am at, and I think I was sent there so I would see this. This is what is needed. Prayer for our government, prayer for the light to become dominant.
this is
And
true.
good intentions rather than bucking and resisting and railing against and hate.
Oh,
So,
that's the thing. And you just thank you for bringing me there because you remember Judas, right?
oh yeah, Joe does
Judas
very much.
he followed Jesus and he believed in Jesus, but he was what I'd call an avenging angel on earth. He
Well,
wanted
he had a role to play, which he fulfilled.
exactly. He had a role to play and he was the bad guy in the story. And so right now, if to be triggered is what you need, to get you motivated and passionate about what you're here to do, I say do it. It took me to the edge because I was sitting in that anger
Yeah, it
and
hurts.
I was hurt and I was afraid, not for myself. I was afraid for all the other people in the
Yeah,
United States.
honey, that's Mama Bear. Yeah, Mama
So,
Bear along with it. Yeah. Yeah.
and I just,
But
I
we
was
don't
on
know the whole story. Yeah.
self explosion, I'm going to implode any minute now. And it took me going through all of that to realize that I'm here to love and I don't have time for that. That's his job. And
And
if
that
he
anger destroys bodies. It does. It
does it,
destroys health.
yes, I know I've been sick.
Bless you. Well, no, you're gonna clear up real fast now.
Yes, thank you. But I did see 5 women coming together and all of us sending out that prayer and vibration. Each one of us have to create one, and then we have to do each one and gather each aspect of this
Yeah, there.
transformation for the nation. So 5 of us together, because the number 5 is the number of change.
Okay.
Create your
I'm open
prayer
to that.
or create your prayer and the energy you want to send out, and we'll all support that energy. Each one of us have to do one.
I'm getting
So
she's right.
Well, that's
let's
why when we first started
Excuse
the
me.
medicine wheel, how many women did we have in the first video?
It was 5 or 6, wasn't it?
5.
buy.
Exactly 5. Cool.
So that's why I was like, I'm missing the other ladies, but
There's
that's
that weave.
that's what's necessary. That's what the other download I got, what I saw is that we are, Katana's, she thinks she's only 800 feet tall. That's when she was a baby when I knew her. Her now. Okay. So you guys are power hitters, no doubt. And we start here and then we get other groups of women, just 5. We're not looking to get, have 5,000 women show up in one room or try to all get them on the internet at the same time
I think
because
it's 5 of the ones that have that spiritual power. So if we have more, it's okay. But we've got that they be present will help.
yeah, we can call them in and then it's like, you have 5. You already know who the 5 are. Bring them in. Have them write their prayer or their what they call spell, whatever that is for the highest good of humanity and of those here in the United States. And we're all gonna work with once a week doing, and that gives us, 6 days to figure out or listen so that we find the right combination of words because it's like you said, it's all about those words. Words. They're very powerful. And so, we'll have 5 start here and then pretty soon we'll have, groups of 5 start in wherever you are.
Mhm.
And we're all doing it. We're all sending out what vibration and words that are given to us by source. And then we
Can I
changed
share something?
the
When you get done, that brought something to mind.
okay.
Recently, I have the Gaia channel on our Roku, and I was drawn to it again, and I was drawn to this video. They have a series called Divine Science, and this particular episode was about extreme, miracles of healing in the body and quantum, how it works in the quantum and things. And one of the first the episode I was on was Greg Braden. One of the first things in that episode showed, I've seen this video before years ago. There's a hospital in Beijing where they do not use medicine. They use energy. And there was a woman with bladder cancer that had gone there, and they have all the equipment. So they had her hooked up to ultrasound machine that showed the tumor, which was quite large. It looked like it was a couple inches tall and inch and a half or so wide on the wall of her bladder. So the 3 doctors started chanting the same thing in real time. while the camera was on them, staring at the monitor, that tumor shrunk down to nothing and disappeared. And what they were saying was they set their intention for that tumor to heal, to be gone. And then they affirmed it. That's what the chant was. The chant in English meant it is done. So the main thing is, what is our intent? And then our affirming, combining our energies to affirm that it is done. It is here now. And so it is. And so it comes to be. So that just came up to share, because watching that video spurred my belief and my faith up in healing myself. I can do for other people. So, God, at least 30 chakras activated. I mean, I've got way more than that, but that's what I know. I'm accessing at least 3 of them right now in any session. And but to heal myself, that worthiness issue can kick in, blah blah blah, all the old stuff. Most of it's gone, but there's just so much. I've been around since the beginning. So at any rate, but after seeing that and being reminded of that, and then Joe and I have been working on the principles that Jesus taught in the Course in Miracles about, this is not reality, what you see here, but you affect it by every word you speak and every thought you do. And that course gives you a daily lesson to help you unlearn stuff. And so you can learn that only love is real. And that's what you want to be espousing. And what you think you know is not what you know a lot of times. It's not what you think it means.
I
So
want to finish reading or listening to the book on the Merkaba, because she says exactly those things.
See, it's all universal truth coming at us through all these different sources. Bashar and the entity Bashar is making the rounds because he has a new book, and he's a galactic. So wisdom teaches the same thing about how to shift your reality, but in slightly different ways to appeal to our different soul families. But what happened was, after I had seen that some hours earlier, wasn't consciously thinking of it. But I think it was even the day before I'd seen that, and I'd mentioned it to Joe, and he'd seen it also. Well, then we got into a prayer session. We're trying to connect with Creator at least once a day, even if it's not a long thing. And so at the end of our prayer, to be protected that day and to help others and all that, I was nudged to heal yourself, work on yourself, let Joe help, So we both put our focus on these 3 tumors I have on my glute that were caused from mycotoxins and possibly parasites. I have pets, my body walling off foreign invaders, basically. But they're benign. They've been tested. They're not cancer. They're benign tumors, but they need to go, right? I don't need that. And so we focused on those for the remainder of our prayer, and them suckers shrunk about half in one session. The big one, I have a big one and 2 little ones. It's hardly there. And that was that belief getting jacked up and being on board with everything we know, and being in that moment really tuned into that for me too, not for just everybody else.
Yeah, girl, I feel you. Oh my God, I feel you. And
so it was so beautiful, and it made me so excited. What can I do if I can do this? Oh my God.
Like Christmas and my birthday.
Yeah, all at once. Yeah, let's keep it coming. So anyway, it was just proof too how powerful belief is. That's what Raymond Grace's power is. His belief is so incredibly strong. He keeps it real simple. He's an 80-year-old man, and he did a recent video of the Irish people Italy had him be on a seminar with them, and he just turned it into a little seminar of all he knows is true about how to manifest the life you want. And he says, I'm tough as nails and older than dirt, and I'm, and blah, blah. But basically goes, I'm 80 years old. I'm completely healthy. I can think just as good as I ever have. And he's full-time working, helping others. And he goes, and it's because I say so. It's because I created it through my words and through this and this and this. And it's just echoing the same damn thing we're learning from everywhere. But we need these little reminders.
Yeah, the same thing. You are what you eat, or what you speak.
But we don't want to believe it if we don't get instant results. If we don't get an instant manifestation along what we want, even though we got all this low energy in us, we judge it and give up so quick as human, just generally people do. And I've been there, and I was doing that with this illness that came on when we found out about the mold and why had extreme brain fog for a few months. I got into some hopelessness because I felt so weird and so foggy and scary, to be so foggy. But I did my homework. That's totally normal with mold. Even young people get that. And I stepped through that and I chose to trust. And then Katana sent me her miracle ginger tonic also, which also helped with the inflammation. But I've been doing a number of things and doing my truth, and I'm back. I'm back.
You're back, baby.
I'm back here for
Larger than ever.
everybody else. And I mean, I did some miracles yesterday. I'm so proud of with one of my clients. So
What I
here we
hear
go.
is that because you do and you tune into the auric field of people and their internal. Try putting them in water,
Yeah,
and
I've recently learned a lot more about that.
that water is like I listened to this song
Living
and
water.
like, was it God's gonna trouble the water? God's gonna trouble. I was like, oh, I get it. I just
See, we just keep getting more and more tools and awarenesses of what's out there for us that we can use to help ourselves and each other. It's just awesome. When like you said, when we're ready, it appears, the information comes. When we allow, a lot of it is simply allowing. That's why that's been ever since Katana and I hooked up a couple years ago and we got introduced, that was like always a big major theme because I just started my business or was about to start my business when we met locally because I'd moved from another state. And she and I started working together to help our friends. And then we took some clients together. And then all through that last year, man, we just got busier and busier. There's so much need out there. Oh my God. So I'm happy to be back at it.
dreams, and I felt the sadness and the disheartening, and I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, well, you tell everybody else that was in that place too. When we get in that place, we get hooked up with others that are in that place. Their energy also affects us. So it makes
I
it a deep,
was
dark pit sometimes until we catch
exactly,
ourselves.
I was just
So we go,
like, what the flocka? No,
uh-huh. It
I
wasn't
can.
just you I'm getting.
Are you kidding? I was like, when I awakened, I split up from my husband because that was pilikia, as the Hawaiians would say, it's trouble.
Okay.
And I
That's what
was
I had
house
to do.
I was houseless. And everybody's like, oh my God,
Compared to staying there, that was the
dang.
right thing to you. That was the right thing for you at that time. But nobody can trust that
Exactly.
because it doesn't seem logical.
No, it
A
wasn't.
lot of
It
times
was,
it's not logical what we have to do to be true to ourselves.
well, it's because we're not following a script that was written by the world. We're following our higher
Light.
guidance, light. Exactly.
Yes.
So it's just like, yeah. So, but I did that, and it was the most enlightening time, and it completely, I disconnected from the world and totally connected with heaven and earth, and then everybody around me, and I was like, whoa, this is the coolest shit ever. I that's all I can say is
It
that
is.
but
It is.
I
And
couldn't
that's
believe
where we got to
that.
live is these moments where we get the goosies and we get these breakthroughs. We got to remind ourselves of them on those days that aren't running is just like we would hope they would run. And we can get
Yeah.
into that instead of going to those dark places. We got to consciously pull from those other times. And that's what I've been doing. And it's been working like crazy, crazy good.
So yeah,
Crazy good. So I think this was important for this session, Kachana. I'm not sure we're supposed to still do the guys this week. What do you think? What are you getting?
Because the females need
We need
more work.
processing time. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I was getting because I'm like, oh, I want to just run. And I'm like, no, I can't run because I don't even have my arms open for
You are
myself.
representing right now, honey. You are representing what we just.
And Adam came and talked today. So you got Adam from, the father of the angels. So I
Yeah,
mean,
duck dodging and ducking them. They're like, look, are we gonna have to create a Jade's ladder? Because we already had Jacob's ladder, you know. Are we gonna have to touch your uterus And they did, damn it. They did it. And I was like, oh my God, that's horrible.
Okay. Let's see. See if I can do this again.
There are a lot of residuals. Maybe we should put the ladies back in and do their residuals.
Yeah, that would be good.
We can work on that, yeah. So Jade, they want to talk to you about water. What do you get about this water? Betty, you can't say a word.
Okay.
It's wet. It is free flowing, but still contained. It's clear.
What energy do you get off of it?
The water,
Mm-hmm. What does it feel
Water.
like?
what does it feel like? Oh, I don't. What is the
I'm
water?
neutral. I am in neutral. I felt a little on the spot when she did this to me, so just relax. I had to let myself relax.
Okay.
Yeah, just read the water.
Allow it to take a few minutes. It's okay.
Is the lady that gave me that reading, she was reading water both. And I was like, this is new for me.
Mhm. Just
Water is
relax though, and you'll feel what energies that have been kind of infused into the water. See what you get. I allow.
Oh, for sure, fire. I see fire in that, and ice.
Got it all.
Not that it's
Comes in all forms.
just focus on the water, not me.
Yeah, just the water, what the water feels like or speaks to you.
freedom.
Mhm.
The water is
The water is powerful. Free. Unlimited. Limitless potential. Makes me want to cry.
Yeah, because it's cleansing.
it's transmuting. Mhm.
That's the
So
reason why Joseph's
that's
seen
it.
what he's seen.
Mhm.
Sorry, my third eye, I just see myself opening my mouth and it's like a waterfall. I do need to go to the waterfall. I need to cleanse.
What do you feel is the most transmuting energy? What energy cancels out fear?
Power
Well,
for
no,
me is that fire that I was seeing. That the first thing that I saw in the water was
Well,
actually
fire can absolutely be utilized, but water is the other part of the spectrum.
Right.
that's the
So
reason
what
why
does water use? Hmm?
that's the whole dragons.
Water is just transformative. It can
And
be
what
steam, it can be solid, it can be liquid, it can even be thick. Go figure that one out.
Mhm.
Thick water. I'm sorry, ladies. All I see is tears right now.
It's because you're still clearing.
yeah, and it's helping you clear.
Yeah, the residuals, when we get everybody in the session, then we'll get the rest of that. But yeah, can I tell her what I got?
Yeah.
Okay, I've after I was able to relax and be neutral, I was getting it was loving and transmuting. And I got more than that, but that's what I'm remembering at the moment. And then when Joe was seeing it, he saw all these little vortexes in it. Well, the purple, the flame of Saint Richard for Germain, and all this, could be applicable there. But I was getting that it was a transmuting energy also in there, a clearing, and cleaning energy along with the love. And
That's what I
then,
saw, that vortex, but it was clear.
So love is the opposite of fear. So that kind of made sense to me that could be the transmutation power. And then I got some other stuff about some things I don't remember now.
No, you probably already used it and you're good.
She has a special
I'll
story behind the water, though.
power and strength, honey. Well, because I sit in front of the ocean. Yesterday, that's what I did. I went to the ocean and sat for sunset, and I watched this guy paddle out on his paddleboard. And even though the waves were little, they kept on turning him over. And I was like, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. You just have to resituate yourself again, get used to it again. But anyway, I watched the ocean and I watched the clouds. And usually I used to read the clouds, or they used to talk to me. And I was looking for a sign and I saw a couple of signs, but the water, you could see gentle strength, because the wave wasn't more than a
Steady.
foot high, and it just knocked this guy off his waves. It was powerful for such a little wave. And
Water
that
is
reminds,
powerful.
yeah, it is. It just,
I
I
mean,
mean,
over time, it can change the shape of a hard object. But she's talking more about the water at her home.
This came out of my faucet.
it looks clear to me.
It is clear. Okay, so I sent myself an email because I wanted to show you, and let me pull it up because that's where I was gonna go, but we ended up somewhere else.
You don't have I see, I didn't want to send it to an old email. I wanted to send it to my new email, but my helper, she created my email on her phone.
Oh,
And I have to disconnect it from her because she is a narcissist.
Oh,
And
bummer.
she doesn't mean she's got autism, Asperger's
yeah.
syndrome.
That can
And
cause Asperger's, definitely can cause you to feel to be that way.
yeah. So I don't
Okay.
have space for her in that, but now I got to tell her she's got to disconnect from because I'm gonna start getting very sensitive information. People are gonna start sending me
Yeah,
emails and
you're
everything. And
correct about her. You needing to detach from her
yeah,
for a
I need to
while
detach.
anyway.
Where did I go? Stop sharing. I messed this up.
Yeah, sometimes that's true.
Yeah. Somebody's
Back to
playing.
sharing.
Doesn't have to be forever.
This guy, he's in his car. He just passed behind me. And the song that's on is It's Urgent. So
No accidents.
accidents at all. But yeah,
I have got to go tinkle. I'll be right back.
I asked
Okay,
Spirit, what
go
do I
ahead.
got to go forward? And I saw this boat, and it was on calm water. And I saw this little girl's hand, and she's Caucasian, and she was holding the boat. And then I watched her let go of it. That's this little girl. She's powerful, and she's so present, and she's so talented and creative. Um, her handle is Peculiar Me. This is the one that's
Yeah,
autistic, that's attached to me. But her autistic side makes her want to dominate so that she can take the power. You know what I mean? She becomes almost for me like a parasite, and then at the same time becomes like a manipulator and a puppet master.
yeah.
And I already knew that I can't have her being a part of what I'm getting ready to do because because of where she's at mentally, not her fault, Asperger's syndrome, she won't be able to connect with it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to, and I don't want to break her little heart thinking that I don't trust her, but honestly, I don't. I think she, her autistic self is an opportunist. Her true self is a sweet child. And her spiritual self is peculiar. She is so, she blows me away at just how her own vibration and how she just flows in it unapologetically. And so, yeah, I got to cut her out of my life because not cut her out of my life, but just kind of put a pause on that for a little bit.
Yeah. Set some boundaries
Yeah.
for a while.
Just
I'm getting
allow
it. It
Okay.
doesn't have to be forever, but for now.
no, but I felt it and I was like, why are we trying to push this? This is not going to happen. It's not working. And I can't give away because I give away a lot of shit. I don't even realize it that I give and people go, oh, I'll just take that and use it. It's like, wait a minute, that's copyright. And don't you know you have to kick me back something? No, people will just take
Exactly.
the energy that I produce and create something out of it, which I'm supposed to help, but I'm supposed to get, it's supposed to be an even exchange of energy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's
Equilibrium.
giving, 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 giving. And I'm like, I'm done because I was meant to receive as well as give, and I'm worthy of receiving. So,
Can
yeah.
you, I don't want to cut you ladies off, but can you see the water in front of on the
Mhm.
screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sample one is here. It says sample one
The
with
far
the
right.
bubbles. Yeah. So how does sample one here, this sample here, feel?
Hmm.
To me, it feels jumbled, chaotic. Just feels busy. And let's see if I get any more.
I get that busy, but I get that it's like exciting busy. It's light, but still somewhat dense. Um, it's exciting. It's a lot of energy.
Has a lot of components, but they don't all jive with each other.
Sure. Now, would you drink that water?
Personally,
Yeah,
I don't.
the
I
belt,
don't. I would only if that didn't have a. To me, I would. If I had another choice, I would prefer the calmer water
the flat water. I got
because
it.
it doesn't. It feels. It doesn't feel like it's all busy because it's super high. It feels kind of dense to me.
Does it feel like it might have things in it that is not healthy for you?
Yeah,
Um,
to me it does.
if I could widen it, oh, here we go. I can widen it. So, yeah, it does look a little dirty.
How does it feel?
What
Does
does
it?
it feel like?
Is it just dense? To me, it was just feels kind of dense but chaotic.
The first one or the second one?
The first one.
The first
Just
one, yeah,
the
that's
one.
what I'm saying. It's dense, it feels dense, but it has those bubbles which are light and airy, so it's got a lot of energy in it.
Does have a
But
lot of
it's
energy. Mhm.
dense
Yes.
energy that's yeah, it's nothing that can be controlled. It's just it's there. And yeah, it's the
Yeah.
chaos factor. You drink
Exactly. Yeah, which makes understanding where our life was and the thing that somebody else brought me and which is understandable about charging your water and being in the rain the rain, and the power of the rain, but
Mhm.
they didn't understand the whole part of what they was awakening in that power of that water. Okay, so what do you get in the second one? This one here. This is sample 2.
Like, look, I thought she was talking about sample 2. Sample 2 looks a little bit cloudy. Looks a little stagnant. Feels stagnant. It doesn't. It has potential to be amazing water, but no. Mm.
What do you get, Betty? Hmm.
I agree with it. It doesn't feel flowing. It feels it's more still and possibly stagnant. Yeah. And it feels heavy in that, like it's got sediment in a way.
Ooh. Yeah, who poured what energy into that?
Yeah. Yeah. It feels like it
Yeah,
has, like it's not it's like it's separated in a way. Part of it's clear and
Kind of
part of
sad.
it's dirty. Yeah.
Like somebody spoke to it and they didn't speak nicely to it.
Maybe that's it.
yeah, yes, because that has to do with what's around me. Okay, so we're gonna go. Now this is sample 3. Oops, my bad.
I was like, is there any water in that third cup?
Yeah. It looks so clear from the other angle.
Yeah, I was like,
And
Okay.
the
So from
cut,
this angle,
the glasses was all washed at the same time. They
so same
all
soap.
same
So
soap,
did you
so
sparkle
it's
this water?
not the glasses.
Did you talk to this water very kindly?
She'll
I
tell us.
Oh, yeah, it's like my stomach started tightening up.
Okay,
Your
Like
so
what?
let's see how this one feels.
it started tightening up. That says something.
Because the power this water holds, your inner child's like, oh God, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna release what's in there.
Well, just say that because I told you I'm straight talk, and I know that. That's what came to mind too, is I needed to spend more time with my inner child and
You're-
work with
So
my.
there may be a little discordance with this water going on right now because your
No,
residuals haven't all been cleared yet.
it's her discordance in the inner child that hadn't been dealt with in the water. Just the power of the water being here on the video reacted to that, because remember what you say when I said about my shower. You got to remember that. So Jade, what do you get in my first shower last night with this sample 3 water?
Like, can you see if you
Can
get
you
anything
pick
about how
out
she felt when she took it?
when I took my shower last night? I'm allowing you to see me.
I'm not trying to reflect me or anything, but I see kind of lost and confused.
Erica,
Some relief, release,
mhm.
release, and relief.
Yes, yes, doing great.
There's so much compacted in it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what's crazy is it's like I see it's like there's like drops that spiral down.
Mm-hmm.
Like minerals.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
And at the same time, I'm not trying to me, but I still, as I'm looking at it, maybe it is just me. I'm not trying to, but I hear that song, What Was I Made For?
Exactly. No, you got it. You're doing great. Yeah. I went through that. Yeah. It applies to you, but it applies to me.
Yeah. We're mirrors. Right now, there's a couple of, no, there's like 4 dragonflies that just showed up. That's
Yeah.
interesting. They must be seeing the water too.
Yeah. I ask if the dragonflies are feeling the vibration of the water just over the video.
No, girl, I felt something else, but it came from the lower part of me. You and I need to talk.
What do you get, Betty? Does the dragonflies, can they feel the power of the water?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because dragonflies mate and then they dip their tails and release their eggs. That's why I said you and I need to talk because I felt this lower energy and it was, let's just say a little amorous. But
They appreciate pure water. They will try to avoid filthy water for their eggs, of
no,
course.
no, they don't. They actually, whatever
Oh,
water,
really?
yeah, whatever water sparkles. I've watched them put their eggs in water that people are using from the car wash.
So they're not picky.
No, they're not picky, but the
Whenever
water,
they're ready, it goes.
right. They
They
just,
really want to come to this energy. Is
right.
that true?
Yes. Well, it's rebirth and, cycle, the circle of life.
Yeah. Because if their eggs was this in this energy of this water, would it be better for the dragonfly babies being born?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what I was picking up on. They were really liking, they were attracted to it. But it sounds like they're not picky, but still they were attracted to this.
So that
Because there was 4 of them. And usually what I saw was 2 of them chasing a smaller one on top of the larger one. And the other 2 were just kind of like circling around, but the other 2 were flying almost simultaneously together. So the mating was about to begin. That's why I'm saying I felt that energy from the lower side. It's like we're about to get it on,
That's all right. Cycle of life.
yeah.
Do yourself a favor, look up a video of monarch butterflies mating. They
Oh,
mate
cool.
and I was like, check that out. And right now it's like we have these things called cabbage butterflies, and they're smaller, about this big, and they come in yellow and purple and white and kind of white with green, and they are everywhere flying around. But the monarchs, they are so beautiful as they're mating in midair, and then they'll land and continue to mate. And it's just beautiful.
I felt like Joseph had a question for Adam, but
Hmm.
did he go lay down? Because
Yeah, he ran out of steam and he's laying down over across the room and I think he fell asleep from what it sounds like.
My voice has a tendency to do that to people.
He's in transit. He's had a couple of more chakras come up and when he encounters really high energy, sometimes he tends to get groggy and sleepy for a while.
Yeah, I don't, I understand that completely. I drink a lot
Well,
of sleep.
and Adam kind of opened up a door of,
Yeah, he's one of his children, so whew.
yeah. So that's a whole journey within itself.
Yeah, he's probably processing that.
Yeah, but you know what, ladies? I'm trying to figure out because a few months ago, Lilith did come up for me. And Lilith was created equally with Adam, same process. Whereas Eve was created from Adam's rib, so that she would constantly have to glean to Adam and be that submissive to him, serve him. There's something telling me it's like daughters of Lilith.
Well, didn't we get that I was Lilith, Katana?
Um, well, yeah, but
That was a rather challenge to absorb.
yeah,
It
well, you
was
was
very
One of the aspects, anyway.
you, yeah, you was a descendant, granddaughter of
That's what it
Lilith.
was. Granddaughter. That's right.
But what we discovered in last week's after the session, last week's walkthrough was marked that Lilith was Patty.
That okay.
Ask if that's true.
It's true. Got yes immediately.
So the whole thing, okay, it's because Lilith came forth um out of my twin, right? Because remember when I left the God time and went into
Wake him up.
being the tortoise planet. I was the tortoise planet, and then I left and became the black hole sun, and the black hole was Lilith and the sun was me. And then I was reborn birth, but I couldn't find that lineage heritage of where I was, which I was rebirth as Adam, and she was brought in as Lilith.
Mm.
And we were still twins. But
Yep.
she was female, I was male. Ask if this is true. Oh, I can't hear you.
I got yes.
Yeah. So because when we worked on it, I couldn't find where I existed at from that, I knew I was born, but I hadn't got there yet. So this is the whole thing, understanding of past life regressions and scratching the surface to let's dive deep down in here where it's painful, and
Get the rest of the story.
get and the true story, because the true story, excuse me, was not actually released in the Bible. And they had told me when Brandon was like 4 years old, when I got really serious about my journey, they had told me at that time, and that's when I met my friend Milo, and he around that time, a little bit older, that I was in the Bible more than one time.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely oh yeah.
Very possible.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're the oldest souls on the planet, so we've been in lots
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah,
Lots
Yeah.
of
but
entities.
they didn't tell the truth, right? They didn't speak the truth about the whole thing.
They left out lots of the story.
Well, yeah, and a
Right.
lot of truth. Like Joseph is Jesus's brother.
Yeah. Yeah, my Joseph. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Jesus had a twin brother.
Yeah, there's a lot that wasn't shared. Or it was taken out in the Council of Nicaea when they were doing their controlling thing then.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
control didn't just happen then, and child abduction just didn't happen now. It
No.
happened then too.
Been
So
going on.
Yes.
it's been going on for a
Yes.
long time.
Oh, yeah. This has been going on for
The stealing of
millennia
souls
at
and
least.
pieces of souls.
Yeah.
What's the most powerful? A newborn innocent,
Yeah. Yeah.
which they used to say, or somebody was telling me a story about how Clinton was into that. And they went to this and they sacrificed children. And I was like, Jesus, kidding me?
It's true. What do you get, Betty?
Crazy, I tell you.
About which thing exactly? My mind popped to this. We had a situation with Joe's sister Sunday night. My birthday party turned into her having a lot of trauma come up because she had a bit too much to drink, but it was all in divine order.
Hey, happy
And
birthday. Happy belated.
oh, thank you. Yeah, I just I'm the big 6'3". I'm happy to be here.
Oh, God. Still
And so I suspect that she had a horrible trauma in their family from a drunk driver deciding to commit suicide with them by trying to run into them. And the first car was his sister and mother and two of his sisters and mother and someone else, maybe even Joseph. And she saw they were able to swerve out of his way, and the mother immediately says to the kids, "Pray for your sisters because he's gonna," and then crash. He just plows into them on purpose. And the sister, at 10 years old, she sees the dead baby of one of the older sisters. The brother that was driving his had just had an 11-day-old baby in the car with his wife and some more another sister of theirs. And at any rate, so she goes and picks up the dead baby and takes it and shows it to Hector, whose ribs are poking out of him. He almost died. And then his wife, Sandy, the mother of the baby, her eye was poked out and laying off to the side. So in other words, this is a 10-year-old going through this. And then she goes to her mom with the baby to show mom the baby, and mom can't even deal with seeing the dead baby. She just says, "Pray for your sister. She's dead." And won't even acknowledge that she's holding a dead baby. So she was just like left adrift there. And it just has all come up to the surface finally. Thank you, God. So we know what to work with here. That not only is this trauma here, she blames herself for surviving it.
They
She didn't
always
get,
do.
oh, yeah, kids do. Now, her sister that was in the same vehicle as her, she doesn't have survival guilt or any of this trauma, but she's a different soul, and she didn't come here to help like Debbie is highly activated, even though she had an imaginary friend, which was Mother Mary and Jesus were her childhood friends. So when I started treating her for things getting activated in her after their brother got killed last summer, it came up that about that, that she was with Jesus also at the same time that Joseph was. They were both in Jesus's family during his life, where all this happened to him. So they saw all that trauma too. And then she's a light worker, although she's not officially in the role in this life. She still holds that energy. And she got this trauma, this horrible accident, but she's holding on to so much blame against the as well as this trauma. She's holding on to blame about some things in the current life that it really doesn't make sense. And I'm wondering if she's had some of her soul stolen or
Ripped out of
taken
her.
and abused. Yes, while during that trauma, that she was vulnerable, and that this is, that we're going to have to go in, absolutely going back in to retrieve her and to help heal her, because she's turning her into drinking too much. It's not her fault. That's all, it's causing such extreme anxiety. I went through that when I was younger. It's hell. And she's got us to help her. So we're gonna work on that.
Her soul was ripped out of her.
Yeah. And so that's confirmation right there. Katana and I haven't had time to talk in several days. Otherwise, I'd already hashed this out with her. Because that's what I'm getting. That at least a part of her was stolen.
A big
So,
part of her is what I'm
yes,
hearing.
she's not all gone, but she's missing chunks. And
And
that
she's
she
got to
can't see
walk
the whole
in.
picture. Oh, great. Okay.
She has a walk-in sharing her body.
All right. That is very confusing. No wonder that's what I sense in her is a lot of confusion and not able to see the whole picture in some areas.
Because the one,
Yeah.
excuse me,
No wonder
one
she's
is
so
throwing
anxious.
the, so here, one is in the driver's seat, and when the other one wants to drive, they throw the other one in the back seat. And there's 6 of them in her body.
Great. Well, that kind of trauma can definitely cause multiple personality or splitting off. And that may be the
Yeah,
cause of
that's
multiple
what
personality.
I kind of went through a huge trauma when I was like 2.5 years old, almost 3. My mom just up and disappeared and left me with some strangers.
Oh, that is
Quite
terrible.
literally, I left my body.
Yeah, kids
Yeah.
can't process things.
No. So I was gone and I could see myself from the outside, but I
Yeah,
wasn't
that's a
there.
disassociation. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. When I was a kid, I had that happen too.
And this is the problem with a lot of people, because it's not just happening in this lifetime, it's happening in all the lifetimes that we've all
It's
lived.
perpetuated itself. Yeah.
And
It's
and
definitely
for us,
perpetuated until it's healed.
when the thing for us to heal it, we have to heal not just this lifetime. That's the reason why they took me all the way back to the beginning of the stars being written, because there was some major trauma that was did to some major players to embed them in certain places. And I've been I've been to Hala, I've been to frozen hell, I've been to hell, I've been to heaven. I was actually a son, and and it was when when I was in Colorado with
Are
Desiree.
you a star?
Yes,
She
I
was a
was a
star.
star.
Yeah, that's why she can see everything.
Mhm. I was the tortoise plant too. And last night, guess what? After I took my shower, guess who all showed up? And Chris is like, the tortoises,
Oh, okay.
because I was their mother. I created the tortoise. I was their mother
Okay, so I'm just
planet.
like completely blown away.
I know. I've been busy for a long time, ladies.
Yeah, me
Not
too.
just
I was
for
right there.
her.
That's like, I kind of wonder because what it feels like is like we're going through these experiences, we're choosing this, and then we bring it back to the collective to experience. Those that will never,
Well, all
I
our
guess, get
experiences
to
affect
Earth.
everyone. We're so weaved.
So, so that's what you feel too. It's like we take these experiences back with us because we don't take anything else. We don't take the body.
Well, from what I understand, these all get stored in our body's DNA during the timelines that we're living them. Whatever's not healed and cleared before we go back to heaven, so to speak, or out of the body, comes when we get a new
Mhm.
body, it's right there in it. It hasn't been cleared yet, so it just comes into the next body
No, because
through the spiritual DNA.
because
And
all
you
right,
can stop being tortured.
the more you heal, the more
It takes the power.
less you have to deal with in the next life. So my focus was in this life as a child, because I knew who I was as a child. I knew I owned my power as a newborn, as they're, doing harm to me, molesting me, beating me, dragging me to wherever they wanted me to go, and try to make me to do whatever they wanted. I still knew I had my power, okay?
Right.
Yeah. So what happens when a soul passes away? and they're going off to the light, not stuck there in those other levels, but actually going to the light.
Mm-hmm.
There's the connection, the two. All right. So the soul goes off this way and the memories go this way, which is what did we find out what that was, Betty? Do you
mean,
remember what it's called? Where the
um,
memories are?
what is that called?
We're having class.
So
You're
to
right. You're
to the soul star.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
The memories go to the soul star. So when the soul comes back, you're picking up the most recent or whatever is
It's your
resonating
records.
the hardest for you to clear. And
And it's there.
for me, it was about everything of myself.
It's one here.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
Are you just taking
like
that?
there was nothing that
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah.
hide
You can't be taking
from
the,
myself.
if you can't take them, so I was gonna take them later.
So
Get dressed over there, and then I'll take them up.
even if it took longer, even if it took
Take them
longer,
later.
No, we just women need more healing.
I I would it would still be okay because the learning that I have done, and I know I have succeeded further in my healing than I have in any of my lifetimes.
Same here. No, I just got told that by Creator the other day. So you have gained so much ground.
Yeah.
And the only
Because
thing limiting me is between my ears. My thoughts about things.
well, yeah, because that comes back to the thinker, right? We can sit there and think about where we haven't made it, where we're not going, but it
All the
doesn't
thing that's
matter.
wrong in the world.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that we have to keep moving forward for ourselves. So us as very powerful women, and every woman, man out there, it doesn't matter who you are, Joseph is just as powerful. But once you, okay, as I am, at the same time, I was a goddess. I was a planet. I was Adam. I was the queen of angels. I was a star. All of that, I took that power, brought it back to me. And that's where Jade says, when I've seen her, I was 800 feet. But now she sees me as bigger, massive, because it's that energy. And that's what we're talking about, is bringing all of that to you and utilizing that. Because at that point, they can't step on you. Because if you're going to stay down here, they're going to step on you. But as the guardians that we was and angels that we was much bigger than that. 250 feet tall.
And we
We're
lived 1,000 years.
thousands of years. Adam and Eve didn't die with, in a few, in
Right there.
100 years. They
No,
was
that
there.
hundreds and thousands.
Yeah. So it is possible for that. But see, and that's where the water comes in, because the water that we're drinking and putting on our body is important. And because my body is like, oh my God, I really like what I got going on now. When I was using the other water with the bubbles in it's poison. It had lead in it. It had memory cells, which when we put the rain card on, it awoken all of the other stuff. And if the water's coming in and it's chaotic and you're drinking it, what are you
It's gonna
doing?
make you unsettled. Yeah, it's gonna make you feel unsettled or bring in some discordance. So you have to tell her about how you
Already
got your
there.
water fixed up.
We're
So-
there doing that a little bit. Yes, no, because it was my girlfriend was like, "Oh my God, all your chakras are out of." And I'm like,
We don't use our water to drink, but we bathe in it because we don't have a filtration system for the shower. And we got it
Uh-huh.
tested and it had like 387 parts per million. The reverse osmosis has like 6, leaves plastic in there. But reverse osmosis takes too much out of the water. It
yes, that's what they were
strips it.
saying.
It makes it dead.
Yeah, it makes it dead with plastic in it if it's been stored in plastic.
Yeah.
And so we got
So
getting the
what is-
plastic out, but we need a system. So what is, yeah, tell her.
Okay, the system is an energetic box that you put on your water on your well. And so I did
Mhm.
I did my test, okay? I did
Mhm.
my first test with the rain card on. And then I
The
did
rave
the
machine?
second, well, yeah, but I'm not the one creating it. It's somebody else that's creating it. So then I did the second test, second sample, and then the third sample, which is this water here. So the thing was, I did not know that Chris had put the paint next to the water tank.
Like a jug of paint? A jug of paint? Okay.
Not just a jug of paint. A 5-gallon bucket of
Uh-huh.
habitat paint, another 5-gallon bucket of habitat paint, then three more gallons with varnish on top of that. Right next to the reservoir that comes in, the reservoir holder that comes into the house from the well, because the well's right here. Like if I could walk out this door, I'd be touching the well.
So there's lots of toxic stuff inside of paint and it's sitting right next to your water.
Yeah, so what does that do? What does water
The
do?
chaos. It takes it on.
Yes, because what's water got?
Receptive. It's receptive. Water is very receptive.
What living water? It's the water is living. It's
Especially from
living water.
Earth. Yeah, it came from Earth.
Yeah.
Osmosis. What the heck?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
from that, when I went to take the unit downstairs, my body's like, what the hell? Why would he poison us this way? Because we're already being poisoned by the neighbor next door with his spraying. And Chris is like, no, we tested the water because it came out to 3. We only had 3. And then a girl came and tested the water, and she tried to sell us a water softener. And I'm like, it sounds nice, but I feel like, and Chris is like, no, I want to wait for the LifeWave water to come forth.
Mhm.
But see, that's where David Schmidt is still having problems, because the LifeWave water can change it, but the thing is, it's got to go through all the poisons and all the energy that because the water picks up everything because it has memory cells. So just because the government didn't find any like pesticides or any of that in our water, it doesn't mean it's not there energetically.
Uh-huh.
Because water takes on memory cells. So
Yeah.
And the memory of the land is trauma, for one, because the plants got traumatized. And where's the
Right.
plants go? They go in the ground. They grow down. And alfalfa out here, its root is very long because I get it in my garden, and it grows really, really deep. And it's trying to, because it's growing really deep, because it's trying to pull out the good stuff out of the
Right.
ground. So it has that memory. We do not spray on our land. We are
No.
all natural because I do not want something. And last year, I almost shot the airplane out of the sky that was flying over the house because he was spraying his crops.
Oh, good grief.
And I can't stop him from spraying his crops. But the
Yeah,
one
but
thing,
see, what was it? That GMO company, Monsanto,
Mhm.
they sued our local farmers because their seeds blew into and onto the farms.
Just heard about that. That it's then they can take a big chunk of the profits, even though they weren't there on purpose.
Exactly.
Greedy crap.
it's going to happen no matter what, because
You're trying to keep
the
it out, and it's almost impossible.
well, and like one farmer said, okay, he grows natural corn, right? Natural corn. And but and he doesn't put pesticides. He runs rates on his land. And they're powerful rates. They're not just little tiny, oh, this is my intention. They're very powerful. So,
Right.
but the neighbors around him is doing all of that. And all it takes is the wind to shift. And corn is
Yeah.
really good about like parts of it coming off and spreading to the other corn and infecting the other neighbor's corn. So you can have really good corn and your neighbor has shitty corn
And ruin your crop.
and it'll ruin your crop. So there is a man back in the old days, an old man that used to win prizes. He would always win the prize for his corn because he always grew it tall and there was always more stalks on it.
Right.
And they asked him, how do you get this corn so well? And he goes, I give corn to my neighbors. So what he did, he would grow corn and grow extra corn so he could give it away. And they go, why would you want to give your corn away?
That's smart. Yeah, so
He's
what would
like,
blow on him would be good.
exactly. No matter which way the wind blew,
You
because
didn't
when
have
the
to
wind
worry.
blows, things blow through the sky. And
Huh.
as I know, because we're in the middle of the state, so if Canada's having a fire and it's blowing our way, that fire is coming. If there's fires in Texas, it comes up our way. If there's fires in Colorado, because we're in the middle of the state, it comes to us, and the California fires the same way. So for him to take that and move it to a whole different level of understanding that he needed to give the corn to the neighbors, so he, because they said, well, aren't you worried about them winning the prize? He goes, no, because I'm doing what God would do is
Mm-hmm.
is to share, right?
Right.
And I'm not worried about that because God is going to bless me for giving
Right.
forth good corn,
Trust, for being in trust. Yeah.
being in trust and giving good corn forth. And there's a
Right.
picture of him next week. I'll have to find it. Um uh and share it with you, but it is a true story. And I've seen it a couple times, and I might actually have it in my 60,000 pictures. I won't look for that right now, but I'll share it for next week. But
Okay.
his corn, he was 6 foot tall. His corn was taller than him by almost 4 feet.
Yeah, they need to change the law though. If Monsanto's corn gets in somebody else's lot through then from below, then they should not have any. They should be allowed to just plow it up and get rid of it and not have to give them any profits.
Well, see, they utilize the wind
To force
to,
us to have GMO corn
yeah,
to kill us
yeah.
sooner.
So I vote Karma Board.
Karma board.
Put them on the Karma Board. I know the Karma Board is full. You just need to make it bigger. That's all you need to do is make it bigger. Well, yeah, because if they're trying to take some farmer hat, because corn prices was down this last year. They dropped. They dropped completely, right? And if they're stealing half of that guy's profits, he couldn't even make the price to feed his family. So then they're just being greedy and they're utilizing the wind for their greed.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that they make sure that the wind blows corn over to people's lots.
Well, you never know.
Unfortunate for us, they were using Roundup, and they were blowing
It's
that shit
everywhere.
all the way out to the ocean. And our turtles, our honu, were coming up. Our sea turtles were coming up with tumors because they were what it did is it killed the natural seagrasses and replaced it with a toxic one, and then the honu would eat it.
Yeah,
and
they
then
don't have a choice.
they had cancer clusters all the way from upcountry down into Kihei. They killed entire families.
I just heard a video on a medical summit. This doctor researcher, she has discovered that you cannot escape glyphosate almost anywhere on the planet now. That they can't even, when they do their lab test about the effects of glyphosate, they can't even find any animals that are free of it because their feed has it. And so
it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It.
Now she's proven that you can't wash it off because it changes the plant's DNA. It gets in the flesh of the plant through its DNA. So this is a very high agenda that they are using this crap and infiltrating our planet.
Oh, not to boot
Just
that,
for the use of drying it out fast so it can be harvested.
Yep. But I have a feeling, I know that all that can be cleansed from the earth.
It can be cleansed from the earth. And that's the power that you hold, but you got to stand.
I work together.
Let me tell you a little story. A few years ago, I ran into these people and we were all talking about the planet. They're like, do you know that there's plastic out in the ocean? And I was like, yeah, there's lots of it. And they don't know what to do because they can't remove it because the majority of the Earth's air come from these little tiny life forms that are in the ocean. And they're mixed into that plastic. And so they were trying to figure it out. And I was like, wouldn't it be great if the Mother Earth could create an organism to break down that plastic? And she did just that. She created an organism that actually attacks the plastic and breaks it down. But the problem even with that is that the sun takes those chemicals and it goes up into the clouds as it evaporates, and then it gets rained on somewhere else. But what I'm thinking is that we need to work on manifesting a organism that it's in the rain, that takes all of these chemicals and ingest it and then disappears. So yeah, we can do that. We can ask her,
because I have changed the chemtrails out here and until I got exhausted of fighting them. I had them, like, even Rich in California was saying, I don't know what you're doing, Katana, but keep it up. And but nobody joined me of keeping it up. So it made it even harder to fight against the chemtrails, because it's easy to transform the energy of that, and and I can remove them from my space, and I can run on the Rife energies. But see, the whole thing is the quantum entanglement. The quantum
Right.
entanglement is about, okay, so if I did it again, I could clear it out of mine, Betty's, yours, and whoever I'm entangled with at that time. It would change. It doesn't mean it won't be down the street
Right.
or somewhere else. Like, I asked my niece if she would send me a picture, of her house, and then I could, like, put it into my intention. And she never did, because of the fear.
You know what, Katana? You can do that with your well water.
Yeah,
You
I
can, and
know.
when you guys go to water the land or your cows and everything else, you set that intention that it's going to all be cleared out. But
Well,
we
now
need to
that
create an organism that does take these chemicals, these harmful chemicals that they keep trying to give us, put in our meat and everything else, because they keep saying, no, we're not doing that, but Europe won't take our meat, as Trump said. And I was kind of cracking up, because I was like, yeah, because it's poison. It's been poisoned. Our food has been poisoned.
we can clear
And
it through attention.
it's like,
Well, they
what
poison everything, even after,
they,
like, the cows that we sell, and they, we raise them to a certain, and then I haven't sold any of my cows. I've got 13 cows now, and I I'm keeping all of my females, and I have one male. I have two males. I have a bull, Big Jake, and then I have Blueberry. And Blueberry is going to be what we have through the winter. And I've set that intention that I do not get attached to Blueberry, no matter how much it is, because and then when Breathe Hard was taken in to be butchered, I did the death song for him. So he actually leaves his body and leaves at the moment when he walks out that door of the trailer. He leaves. He's no longer there, and I take his pain and I transmute it and work through that, so he doesn't have to feel that. And when his body walks in, his soul is not attached to that.
He didn't have a trauma. That because he does have agreement to be our food. We just need to be a lot more kind and helpful in how we go about things. A lot less fear and better, feed, and all of the whole experience needs to be changed.
Well, that's what I'm working on. And this summer, I'm working with a farmer. I'm actually working with two farmers through this. And so my classes, they're coming into the whole thing. And I believe I meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I have to be in Loop City. And I got two people, and I believe they're farmers too. So it's starting to happen, because when I came here, I was supposed to teach the farmers a better way of working their land. So whenever I go to Morris's class, I don't keep my mouth shut. I speak out, and like Morris is telling them how to grow. And I said, do you know how I do it, Morris? And he goes, no. I said, I take the energy off my back and feed the plant. If you take the energy off your back and feed the plant, you can try it in the park, and that grass is going to grow. Because when I used to do massages, I would throw the energy out the window. It didn't matter if the window was open or closed. And on the side of the house where I did the massages in Colorado, the grass by the window was this long. The grass in the front was this long. And you could see how far I could throw that energy, as how far the grass looked like hair, really fine hair. And because it was taking that, so, and the across the sidewalk, I wasn't throwing it across the sidewalk to the neighbor's grass. I was just putting it right there by the window. So then I started throwing it over the sidewalk, and the neighbor was like, man, the grass is growing fast. He goes, and yours on the side of the house, I don't understand it. Like, how does it grow that fast? Because it takes, it's a natural, thing that happens between the plants and us. So we give forth to the plant gives us something back. So that's what I'm working on this year. One of the farmers prepaid me for the whole summer to come out and smack him around all summer.
Cool.
You're funny.
I don't know what you told me about the water system that is causing the high energy to spew off of your your well.
Oh, yeah,
That changes
because
the water molecule.
okay,
Have you heard that?
so when I put this on last night, I was talking to the guy about what I got. And when I put the program, it's a box, it's not very big, it's a box, and you plug it into the power source to make the power go throughout. I don't know how it's totally created. That is not my part of the agreement. So my agreement was to accept the water. And so I was talking to him, and I was like, yeah, as soon as I plugged it in, I blew backwards on the wall. I went back. And I'm like, okay, pull yourself forward. And then it hit me again. Bam. And then it hit me again. I hit the wall again. And I'm like, whoa, okay, that's pretty powerful. And I came out of the well room, and the energy was flowing out of the well room in the basement. Right, crap. It was flowing, and I could feel it when I walked over to do something. I went to take the paint and take it back to another area. So from that point, I could feel it flowing through the pipes, and the energy from the water pipes came down at least 6 inches off of the water pipe. And just to let you know, plastic kills memory cells in the water. But this system is very powerful in the intention, because your intentions are the most powerful thing you can hold. So he told me, he goes, so when you put it on, use your intentions. And Brandon's like, Mom, your intentions are like, you know. And so I walked upstairs, I could feel all of it. I almost fell back downstairs because it was changing everything in the house. And I walked to the kitchen and I stood there because the guy had called me and it was like, okay, did you do it? Did you finally do it? And I'm like, yeah, I did it. He goes, well, send me the picture so I can read the water. And I told him, I said, look, dude, the I can feel it going through the pipes. He goes, what? I said, I can feel it going through the pipes. I could feel it coming out of the well. And I could feel it running through the house and out the house and through the garage and over to the house. I could feel that. And so we're talking, and I was telling him certain things later after my shower, because I took a shower. And then he asked me, did you ever get your shower? I'm like, no, I hadn't got it. He goes, well, call me after the shower. And so when I called him back, I was sitting there telling him about what happened to me in the shower. And I told him, I said, what I seen was the water, the energy of the water molecules flowing out like a fire water going out of the top of the well, just waves of it going out and hitting around. And Brandon even stated this morning that because what he's seen when he filled up Diamond and Baby Girl's tank was that when the water that is charged hit the old water, it changed it instantly. Like instantly. Then he goes, something happened to the horses because Diamond, the way she's been acting, as soon as she drank that water, it reacted to her. And he goes, there was a wave that went over Diamond quickly, and she was a different horse.
Yeah.
Well, it would charge all the water in her.
Exactly. Because here lately, the woman we should not speak has been using my Diamond to bring harm to us. So those energies, it's just not the energy of the poisons in the water, but the lower energies can't touch this water. It can't touch it.
Yeah, I'm grateful that, people are being inspired to create all kinds of things and modalities to clean up the water and recharge it. Raymond Grace, he blesses water. They've done experiments to where they've tested bodies of water that were contaminated. And then he does his dousing intention thing to clean the water. And he scrambles all of the poisonous frequencies and toxins and scrambles them and then turns them into love and highest good energies. And then they retest the water and it's pure. And and it's the same thing. When you go to one of his workshops, he'll tell you, bring some water, and he'll bless all the water in the room. And all you do is you take it home and you just pour a tiny bit in with your water supply, and it will keep charging whatever's added to that, whatever it's added to. It instantly changes it to being pure water. So I'm grateful.
So this one is connected to the well. So it's going out to the two bulls. It's going to, the other guy that he sold it to grows avocado trees. And he goes, man, I don't know what happened, but my avocado trees are different. They're not the same trees.
Well, we're going to have to see I never thought about blessing the well. I blessed water in the house before, but if we would bless the well and create something that could keep it you know, that groundwater cleaned up that way as it comes up through the pump. That'd
Well,
be incredibly
that
valuable.
would
That
be
sounds like what
the,
you have.
yeah, what I received. And it took me a while because there was stuff that didn't want me to put it on. Because I believe it, you know, because he even called me, he goes, did you do it? And I'm like, no, I didn't get a chance. And next day I didn't get a chance. And he goes, get to it now. So
Had to make it happen.
he goes telling me, get to it. And I'm like, okay, 2 weeks. I've had it 2 weeks. And last night I was like, that's it. Nothing's getting in my way. Nobody's stopping me. No phone calls are coming through. And if it does, you know, I'm just going to have to ignore it and not pick it up.
Because you're worth it.
I deserve this. And that's the whole thing. We all deserve this. And
Yes.
if you look at my hair, Betty, in this session, has it turned really gray? Like
yeah,
it used
and
to
around your face.
around my face,
White.
but not the whole hair.
Yeah, just your face. That's interesting because sometimes you have those streaks running in the back too. More than that, for sure.
Yeah. So
That's a really good solution for people who have wells. Oh my God.
yeah,
Sounds like
it is. Yeah, because you put it on the well, and the thing is that and the understanding, like with the new hair product I made, it's even took the gray out of my hair.
Yeah, it
So
does look
my hair
different.
hasn't been as gray. It's a
Your
lot.
hair looks darker than I've ever seen it, except for those front streaks. I've never
I
seen it that
know.
solid of a dark color.
Yeah, because Brennan says, Mom, you always have that rogue look.
right.
See, we've got well water, which a lot of times well water can be really nice, but we have sand mining companies all along both sides of the highway out where we live because the dirt is not dirt. I mean, it's sand. We have a lot of sand mixed with our dirt.
And sand,
And all that
sucks.
pollution from all this mining is getting in the water table.
Yeah, and it sucks it up. The sand sucks it up and
Yep.
and takes it even more. See, we got sand and clay up here because we're in the sand hills, just the beginning of the sand hills. But we have clay. So some of that gets filtered
makes
through
it-
the clay.
It causes everything to run straight down through the soil too. When you have sandy soil, it doesn't hold water. It runs down through it really fast. You have to watch that you don't water the least bit too fast because your trees won't get the roots watered. They'll just go past them. And so that gets in the groundwater. Anything
So-
that's in that water that comes through.
So if you invested in yourself, like if you invested in yourself this water treatment, the power of it, ask your higher self, and Jade, you ask with it, would this change the environment around you? What do you get, Jade?
I heard that's really great. I mean, there's another company I can't remember the name of it.
It's hard
And
to
they have
understand you.
their water purification. They have bottles, and she puts some regular the way you introduce it to. She put regular tap water in it, and it has a filter on it.
Yeah.
And she put it on my left hand and washed it, and I mean, no soap, just the water. And the difference between my right and left after she dried it was like night and day. So you can have some good products too. They don't have a whale system product, but they have water filtration that you can just put on your counter, and you can put regular tap water in it, and it lasts you for
Well, yeah, but that doesn't help you
It
for
takes
your
everything.
shower.
It takes everything out too. We started getting a lot of muscle cramps.
it takes what is supposed to be out of there. It actually adds minerals to it.
Okay.
And when
Well,
you
and
see
this
their
already,
water, look on go
this
to the
already
research
has the
needed,
natural minerals that
Yeah,
came
you
from
just
and
need
Earth.
contaminants
get their
taken
water,
out.
get their water filtered.
Well, the nice thing is, like,
Out.
like if you can get the whole house filtered, that's great. But I think we minimize the impact of the shower water. I've been, having to take showers with this water that has almost 400 parts per million of stuff in it, and a lot of it's not minerals. A lot of it's contaminants.
Yeah, so the osmosis you put on, which takes everything out, which you're not getting
Yeah,
your
we haven't
minerals.
been getting enough minerals because of using reverse osmosis, and then knowing there's plastic in that, we've been filtering that to get the plastic out.
Yeah,
And
you know what?
so,
The other great part of this hydrates.
yeah, if it's got the proper minerals, you're going to absorb it more
Yeah,
properly.
because you're hydrating with this water.
Well, I've asked, what to do until we get a better system, something better for water. And Spirit told me, well, you've got to start giving your animals some of that well water. So now I'm mixing the filtered water and the well water because, oh no, that's way too poisonous to give it to them straight. So my outside cats and my dog, when she's outside, I'm mixing about a third of that well water in with 2/3 of the reverse osmosis, just so they'll get some minerals until we can get a better system going, because they need minerals too. And I was giving them all the filtered water thinking I was doing right by them, and I didn't think about that.
I never even thought about it.
It's crazy.
Mhm.
Chris's nephew didn't want to wait until tomorrow for grandpa to bring him up here. He's on his way right now.
Okay.
I'm going there now because I know, now here's the question. Because Logan walks through parallel dimensions, okay? Can Logan feel the energy change in this place?
I'm getting he will be able to. He's going to be excited when he first gets here, but if you ask him to settle down, and he'll be able to feel it.
Yeah, because because it's unusual because usually he waits, but he overrode his mom, like
Well, maybe he was drawn.
drawn here.
Mm-hmm. So do we want to go ahead and do those residuals for the ladies?
Yes,
I've got a
yes,
client at 7, so I just want to be sure we have time to help. I have time to help you.
yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Do we want to put everyone back in there? All the ladies from
Oh,
last week.
nobody's really left too far.
Okay, so they're still there. All right.
We call them all back to Fenneman that was in
Feminine
last
olive
week.
women.
We call them all back. Sakadoto and Nete, Omokorete and Nekto. Some people knew they walked into it. And all the women that was here last week. And yes, the trees, the goddesses who talk
Yeah,
about
everything we had.
makarete isugura takito makarete inokorete urakarete unokita unakita unmakewa.
Wow.
Unde laia to leo, unde kea tu aiu, unde kia tu aiu. Ande kia ande umbaite Oh, Annabelle just chimed in and she said, remind to tell the ladies that she had went to help the nuns today in Portugal.
Awesome.
Yes, which is a huge step out for her that
Cool.
she's never done. She's stepping out and doing things that she has not ever done.
It's not been in her comfort zone.
Yeah, so her being in this group with us has changed a lot, and that's the whole thing of understanding of growth, because it takes a village to raise a child.
And to ascend a planet full of humans.
That are children. That are children, yes. Umbalaya tundreu, ande kua leiteu, ande kua, ande kai. Is any of my swords available? Okay, is all of them available? No. What's available? Sever? Yes. Sun sword? Yes. Soul crusher or soul breaker? Part of me likes to call it soul crusher. Soul breaker? Oh, soul breaker. Okay. Um soul breaker and sever go through the forge. So you can go. Is the black hole sun sword available? Okay. It's still busy. Is the other my Queen of Angels sword? Nope, it's busy. Okay. Is the one that the one on the stand? I can't remember your name. I apologize. Are you available? No. Are you working on Stacy's husband? Yes. Okay. All right. All any of my Sokodate, is that available? No. Okay. Modaha. No. Okay. Netohako. Yes. Okay. We asked for you to come forth, and we form a dome. We asked to form a dome for the top of this healing medicine one circle. To help assist, and we ask for level 3 healing rings to come forth and go around the dome or inside the dome. I apologize. Inside the dome, the swords are like, no, because they don't want to get
A
shot
wave of
by.
light just also got pushed through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh.
Yes, because the level 3 healing rings is lightning. It's healing, but it's got lightning power to it. There we go. Umbalaya tuayo, unde keo tuayo. I'm getting people are going to feel vibration. I feel vibration.
Activity 1-5 sticking in and getting ready to go out.
Yeah. Unde wayo. Go ahead, Jake. Ande kaya tuayo. Ande wu kande. Andre wu tante. Andre say. Andre wu take you. Onde wu. Kande waya tandreo. Onde wu kandreo.
I've been there. In the silence that feels too loud. In the ache of wanting to feel enough. In the mirror searching for someone I forgot how to love. I've been there. Holding on to stories written in pain. Not knowing I had the power to turn the page, to write a new one. And sometimes, I still go back there. Because healing isn't a straight line. It's a spiral of grace and remembering. But every time I return, I carry more light. More love for the girl. The soul I once judged. And I remind myself, you are not broken. You are breaking free. You are not too much. You are finally becoming. You are not behind. You are in bloom. This is not the end. This is your becoming. This is the moment you begin again. So let it fall away. The guilt, the doubt, the old weight. Let it fall away. Because underneath it all, there is love. There is you. And there is power in remembering that. So let it fall away. The guilt, the doubt, the old weight. Let it fall away. Because underneath it all, there is love. There is you. And there is power in remembering that.
Good afternoon, ladies. This is Jennifer. 10:15, 10 Pittsburgh. Good afternoon, therefore, we choose loving stairs. 10 Pittsburgh.
Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale. Allow yourself to
Good afternoon,
arrive
verify.
right here in this sacred space. Let your body soften. Let your spirit listen.
Good afternoon,
You are light. You are love. You are the breath of stars above. In this moment, we return to the heart that remembers. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I love you, and I thank you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I love you, and I thank you. Violet flame of forgiveness. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I love you, and I thank you. With every breath, I release the past. With every heartbeat, I return to love. I forgive. I am forgiveness. Violet flame of forgiveness. With every breath, I release the past. With every heartbeat, I return to love. I forgive. I am forgiveness. Violet flame of forgiveness. With every breath, I release the past. With every heartbeat, I return to love. I forgive. I am forgiveness. Violet flame of forgiveness. With every breath, I release the past. With every heartbeat, I return to love. I forgive. I am forgiveness. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I love you, and I thank you. We are whole. We are one. Feel the light gathering within your heart. A soft glow of pink and blue, spiraling into violet. The violet flame appears. A gift from the divine. Violet flame, surround my soul. Transmute the wounds. Make me whole. Through forgiveness, I set us free.
I see you. Mhm. Mm. Oh, that was a very powerful release. I seen the women um like just releasing. And I know this made a huge difference on a lot of people because I ended up getting more people calling to have the assistance of their releasing in this moment. So they wanted me to share this one and then we'll
I believe this is why Joe's sister finally was able to access that old trauma. She'd never brought that up before.
yeah, because it's happening. You know, if we heal the phenomenon, and I know the males need it, but it was like
In due
the
time,
males,
yes.
yeah. Well, and the males that came around last week actually came because they're more feminine,
Well,
and for
Joe's higher
their
self is
side,
feminine.
yeah, for theirs to be healed, then we can bring in the ones, you know, that are harder. And Mark started his healing after that day. He now every morning he goes out and he's never done this. He was not raised like this. You wake up, go do the chores. Now he wakes up, first thing he does is go out to the tree and spends time with the trees.
And his self
Mm-hmm.
grounds.
Yes. So, let's see how this one turned out.
In the still of the midnight sky, a shadow moon begins to rise. Whispers drift on stardust winds, calling my skin. I kneel before the altar flame. Crystals glow, I speak my name. Ghosts dissolve into the mist. I am ready to exist. Lie, release, I remember. Under the black moon's ember, I plant the seeds, I find my worth. I'm the alchemist of my rebirth. Guided by Capricorn stone, I build a future of my own. Wounds I've hidden now I face, wrapped in Saturn's solemn grace, rising from the silent deep, where dreams have stirred but dared not speak. Sacred symbols in the air, feminine power everywhere. Silver spirals, stars align. I reclaim what once was mine. Ply, release, I remember. Under the black moon's ember, I plant the seeds, I find my worth. I'm the alchemist of my rebirth, bound to earth and stars above. I rise in truth, I rise in love. Burn the doubt, dissolve the chain. Whisper dreams in sacred flame. This is the hour, this is the sign. A rare beginning carved in time.
That's beautiful. So other
Thank you.
music you need to send to me, and don't forget to listen to Where is the Love?
Yes, thank you. I love that song. That's why I'm sure it's such a high energy.
It is a high energy. I used to play that every morning before I went to work.
So I went back and started
Which
listening.
version did you say it was you had?
Where is the
Who?
Love?
Yeah, but who by who?
Black Eyed Peas.
Thank you. I thought that's who you meant. I like them.
Ooh, yes.
I was trying to listen. My vehicle is very, very loud.
It's okay.
I was like, I don't want to get busted with headphones because we get in trouble if you have headphones in your ears.
It's understandable.
We try to listen.
Well,
at the same
and the
time.
vibration will go through the bus. So, yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. You're welcome. It's been fun, ladies.
Yes. As always, fascinating and fun.
Yeah. Until next week, we close this medicine wheel and leave when everybody's ready to leave or until they go to sleep tonight. And if you all hang out until next week, that's fine too. So, yeah.
Some work going.
Asteria Day? Astara Day?
A star day? Yeah. Yeah, we could do next Wednesday as Star Day.
And what would that be entailing? I mean, I'm not sure what you mean.
Easter, next week
Oh,
Sunday.
that's right.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah, next,
I'm driving up here and I can smell the jacaranda. Jacaranda trees, their leaves turn from green to purple,
Oh, beautiful.
right? And they have this amazing smell, and I'm just like, uh
Soaking it up.
yeah. I hear they have very high, beautiful, calming energy too.
oh yeah. So well, you'll see when you come out and visit.
Oh,
Yep.
gotta have a girls
Yeah,
retreat over there with you.
yeah, we could. Yeah,
We should,
Oh my,
yes.
I am gonna do a retreat. All you people who want the love direct connect from
I'd
Maui.
love to help with something like that and be there.
yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well,
And
that would be what we talked about, Jade, a while back ago, right? Like that we was creating one, and I got the permission to use somebody else's excavator to clear the trees off the healing land
Awesome.
for free.
nice.
Well, it's for good
See,
purpose.
it is good purpose, and it's kind of like a little trade because they brought their kids over here, and their kids did not want to leave. Their souls, their bodies left, but their souls stayed.
Are you? Why
And
are you? There shouldn't be any surprise right there.
I know, huh? So it took a while for us to convince their souls to go to their body. And the youngest, he is a very ancient soul, and he is Dylan. He is just an amazing child, beautiful child. And Brandon said, Dylan, you're the best child here. And he's the youngest. He's like not even 2 years old yet. And, his daddy was like, so if he's a old soul, is that why he just started talking? Like full sentence,
I'm
not,
getting, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. He's been here lots of times,
yeah. So he knows, he's like, I'm just gonna let it go.
especially when he's got high energy adults around him. It just allows. He's not getting shut down, in other words.
Yeah.
No, no, that
Yeah.
that makes me happy. Because
Yeah. And when he came
I was
to,
saying I was yappy as a kid, and everybody wanted me to shut up.
oh, oh yeah. What uh, I was imagination. I had an imagination. I would use it, and everybody's like, "You need to get to work," and I'm like, "I am at work. You really don't understand what I'm already creating." And um, so when he came here, his parents had to go get cows, and they dropped all the kids off, and Dylan was in his mama's arms, and his dad comes up and he goes, "Okay, well," and she just hands him over. I said, "Dylan, you want to go?" And he's like, "Yes." He went right to me, no problem. And she didn't think about it, but the father came up and he goes, "Okay, I kind of wish you luck with my wildcat kids." I'm like, "Oh, we're gonna be fine. No, there's no problems. Nobody's gonna break anything. Nothing wrong's gonna happen." And he's like, uh, did, are you talking about somebody else's kids? Or are you talking about my kids?" And I said, "It's all gonna be okay." So Dylan freaks out when his dad goes to the bathroom and he can't see him. And I think it's a past life.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's going to be the first one I work on tomorrow, but I said, you want to say bye to daddy? He goes, bye, daddy. Bye, mommy. I'm with Katana. And Tyler's like, no, usually has problems leaving us. He goes, bye.
See ya.
Yeah, he
I'm going
felt safe.
home.
Yeah, no problem.
I love
So
it when kids do that.
yeah, because it's you can't lie to children and you can't lie to dogs or you can't lie to my cats. My cats will tell you, you got some energies, bud. You gotta, like, he'll tell you. Like
Your dad can
Blackie's
tell you.
really good. Yeah.
Cats are very discerning, like compared to dogs. They're really here for our spiritual growth to help us with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So until next week, ladies, we've educated people throughout and the videos are doing really well. And I will get this one, excuse me, uploaded. Releasing. And uploaded.
Sounds good. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. You're a driver.
That's right. You're busy working. Enjoy.
Oh no, I finally parked, but I was like, okay, let me get this plugged in and that plugged in and make sure everything is plugged in. I was cracking up because my daughter's like, my boyfriend's trying to take my daughter to Arizona. And I was like, yeah, that's not a good thing. He's an alcoholic. So
That's
it's like,
scary then.
no. It's like when you're in a controlled environment like home, she knows nothing's gonna happen, but you're out of town and she's not there to pick up the pieces or no, no, no. Not my
You just
little
don't know.
baby. No,
Yeah.
you don't know. So that's why we're both going, well, what can we do? And I'm like, well, you're probably gonna have to file for custody. And that way he needs your permission to take her out of state. And if you say no, then it's no, you know? But he's a really good, no, he's I don't know. When they're at home, she's got her toys and everything to keep her entertained, and she's not curious about outside or anything. She'll just stay and play by herself. So they'll give her a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or some dinty or some ravioli, anything out of a can or a jar. God, they're so young. I remember when I was that young having my babies, and oh my goodness, peanut butter and jelly was their best friend.
Everybody loves that.
Right? And yeah, we ate a lot of ramen. So
Mm-hmm.
So remember, don't
yeah.
give it power. Just know that she's not going to Arizona. Something will come up and replace that. And we're just see her staying and tell your daughter to just stay in that. No, we're not feeding that energy.
We're not feeding the other wolf.
See, yeah, exactly. The thing is, right here is what we speak, we write in the universe. What we think, we're writing in the universe. And what we speak, we're giving it to the other person.
Right. So we give them power. And like Don DePani said, where your thoughts go, your energy flows.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's true.
Whatever we focused on expands.
Yeah, because you're powerful. You know,
we are powerful. That's why I look at people like, you have no idea just how powerful you are. And I just crack up.
It's true.
I'm like, we get on the same page, we change the world. Okay.
Exactly.
It really, really is that easy, but we need to get out of our own way and get it done.
Yeah.
But everything in good time, right? Everything in its time.
Yeah. And allows. Stop thinking about it and just do it.
Oh yeah. Okay, fine, whatever. Or at.
Because we can think about it. You've been
it can take forever if we only think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the thinker remember the thinker wasn't sitting on a stone, he was actually
sitting on the
sitting on the
toilet.
toilet.
Yeah, I got that. I was like, did she say the toilet? And I'm like,
You
yeah,
did.
that's where my
That was
shittiest
such a
thoughts come
powerful
from.
song.
What was it? That's it was somebody wrote a meme and it's like, yeah, I went to the bathroom, think about things. That's where my shittiest ideas come from.
Because what do we do when we sit on the toilet?
I usually play video games, but sometimes I think, yeah.
Exactly. And that whole song came out of the discussion yesterday. And Jack, because the spirit said, you need to record this
Yeah.
So
between
did
you and this guy.
Okay, so this was one of your creations?
Yeah,
Oh, see, because the
thinker.
name on it was Be Elated Dark Cabaret. So I didn't know if it was yours or not.
No, it's mine. That's my sono name.
Okay.
Yeah, my son's like, oh, mom.
Did you just pick up your own manga, Mom?
No, he picked it out. My oldest son, Gregory, did.
Okay. So we know they both like Japanese anime.
I know. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, he picked it out, but yeah, that song came out of the talk between me and Mitch, and we was talking about it because he's in thinking mode. And I'm like, now come on, you don't want to be
You
there
can get
because
stuck there.
I got a friend that's been there
What
for a
happens when we're in
long
thinking
time.
mode? We get hemorrhoids.
From if it lasts too long.
Well, yeah, because I could, if I would have stayed in the thinking mode, I wouldn't, I would still have $10 because the $10 is what I only had. That was it. Remember, Jane? When I
Oh,
came to Nebraska, I didn't have
mhm.
any money. And if I did a session, I would have to take that money. And if I made $30, I take $20 of it and put it to my business. If I made $50, I take $30 of that and put it in my business. I could not buy me food. I could barely pay my phone bill. So I had to make sure I kept the money to pay my phone bill, and that's all I had because Chris took everything else. But now that role switched. I'm paying 95% of the bills, and he's in that spot.
Well, that's equilibrium.
There you go. Plus,
And
it
he
gives him
has to.
it gives him a moment of breathing because it's like now I don't have to figure all this out. My partner's got this, and I'm just going to take care of the animals and take care of the ranch and stuff like
Self.
that. I think
And
that's where
himself.
Yeah,
not
himself.
in the kitchen. Just go handle your projects and your business like that. Stay out of the, you know, no piggy banks for you. No having to worry about any of that stuff. Let us take care of that. We'll figure out the balance, or we'll keep the balance, should I say, not figure it out.
Well, it's got to be figured out to find the balance. And the whole thing of going back into the back part of that, into the back lifetimes and clearing those lifetimes, because it's still that onion or that rose, those layers.
Following schools: Kalama, Haiku, Makawao, Paia, and Kukulani Elementary. Again, this is a Wednesday day on Thursday, April 17th. Check out Lisi High School and Kula Elementary used to have school tomorrow. Also, if you're doing a Check out Lisi Kalama combo, there is still work for you tomorrow. If you have any questions, please come to the office to see me. Friday is also a school holiday, but this is not a company paid holiday. We will have you return back to work on Monday, April 21st. And pre and post scripts. You need to be checking your vehicles when you check in the morning and when you are getting done for the day. We're coming across potentially big problems that were small problems to begin with because our inspections are not being done properly. So again, Labor Day tomorrow, no school on Friday, pre and post trip. Thank you all for all that you do for the company. Have a good day.
She got
Yeah, I think they're
issues.
Huh?
She's got
Oh,
issues.
no, don't even go there. I was like, they
support
hand
us
out
for-
excursions, which is additional money to our school buses. And I was lucky enough that they gave me two, but one canceled. And then she called me yesterday to confirm that I have a charter on Monday. And I was like 10-4, and she's like, 10-4, you're welcome. And I'm like, take it with a grain of salt.
Mhm.
Because yeah, I told him, I was like, yeah, you can schedule me, but I'm not the favored child, so to speak. So
No, sounds like she needs a lot of praise and validation, which you don't automatically consider giving for every little bitty thing, which is
right.
natural.
Well,
Mm,
that's the whole thing. Yeah. What she thinks she needs, but not really what she needs. She needs to take that deep dive within herself and praise herself.
Hmm.
mm, mm.
Validate
Yeah.
herself.
Yeah, because if you're looking for validation, who's the first person you should validate?
You go in the mirror
Well,
and
let's just, okay, then
damn, I look good. I'm
well,
so
I'm
beautiful.
sure. Well, she was in the circle too. So let's see what happens with her over the next weeks.
Yeah, because she was talking in the circle. She's in the circle.
Let's do that
So
then.
let's see how she gets over time. Yeah.
Ah,
See her as evolving.
yeah. Yep. Don't feed that other power. That's the whole
No,
thing.
Happens.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're powerful. And Betty, just to let you know, I had to check Chris on when we went to go see his father the beginning of the week because his father drug him into the ditch and started pounding at him about this electrical wire by the water and the kids getting electrocuted. And me and Brandon's right across from each other. And I looked over him and I said, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "What?" I said, "Here you was giving Betty the lecture. I should call Betty to have her give you the lecture
About the words.
about the words."
Mhm.
Because his father drug him into the ditch. And the next thing you know, he's like, yeah,
He's having a flashback.
yeah, he's having a flashback, and
Giving
and
it power.
I got him 3 times, like, and I looked over to Gary and I said, "Stop it," and Gary's
Stop what?
like,
We're all human, but we don't have to, we got to catch ourselves.
yeah,
Don't
because
want to
he
change.
was trying.
Pray for the ego.
That's it. And the thing is, he was trying to pull everybody. He tried to pull me into the conversation, and I'm like, no, not having that
He was
shit. I'm
trying to
not.
get validated. It's a human part of him, but it's time for that to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had time for that, but you're welcome.
Super praise. Travel 303
I don't know. There's some things I've grown past, and then there's some things that I still get caught on, and we all do that. And my kids got me the last couple of weeks. My kids have just like completely, and they're like, "Hey, we're your mirror. How you doing?" I was
Oh,
like,
that's cute.
At least they recognize
"Oh my
Pretty
God, yes,
good.
yes,
because they
yes, yes."
didn't recognize it before.
Now I'm like, "Yeah, oh yeah, I see me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you."
Love you. Thank
And
you.
thank you. So So yeah, it's whipping my ego. Down, girl, down, girl. I think that was my biggest, not that was my maybe my second biggest fear of ever, going into the limelight and doing my work and becoming very popular. I was just like, 2, 3, 1, pick up. I don't want my ego to go, oh, we got it all. No, you don't. You're still learning. You're still growing. You're still healing. Stay humble and just chill. And yeah, I didn't want my ego to be like, everything I do is like golden. And it's like, no, it's not golden. Sometimes it's pretty pilau, as the Hawaiians would say, as pissy. you know? So you're still human. Reality check. But that was one of them. And then, the other one was, having my life out there. And there's like, so universe, God, maybe um what is the word? Own my shit.
To own our shit this week.
Shit, so
And,
there's no
and
shame attached to it. And anything
yeah,
that comes that's attached to shame, I have to go, no, guess what? That's not the truth. That's a lie. The
well,
devil is
yeah, and any mistake is learning. We're
Mhm.
just so we have to let Miss Betty go because
One more
she's got a session.
Yeah, I've got to feed animals first too. So
CD, but the office
We
will
love
open
you.
love you too. Love you, ladies. We'll see you next week.
Okay,
7:30
bye.
to
Bye.
2 p.m. So if you're